Hello and welcome to NARM. This is our ongoing campaign, and this is a special edition that one of our GMs, Ryan, had suggested, and so we put together with our lovely players. So thank you so much, players, for hopping in yet again. And not just for the typical 2 hour fun game on Discord, but in this case, we're doing a 6 hour extravaganza on and off with 3 GMs and like 20 players. So this is our 1 year anniversary game of our West Marches campaign for Stillfleet, where we're exploring the ultrastructure NARM, and there's a lot of player agency to kind of really define what is going on in this giant tube of basically black stone that extends for light years and light years into space. The company has a station at one end. They have a Stiffworks, a time-space gate that can take them to one end of NARM, and they want to know why is it full of dead ships from different civilizations that were clearly exploring it. There's sort of living bug cities that are self-replicating, and there's all kinds of Escher-esque higher dimensional weirdness as you go further and further in. Today, however, we're not going to be exploring NARM. We're on the station, the Godown, with 5 canteeners, and more canteeners will come through because it's a station. It's got a few dozen people. Imagine a station of different modules of mostly white bend, this kind of plastic made from growing mushroom mycelium, programming yeast, making some sort of intricate lattice work of biopolymers that basically is soft plastic. Imagine the ISS, lots of modules like that hooked together. And in this station, it's a little bigger than the ISS, big solar panel arrays at the top and bottom and antennae, although there's no stars nearby, so these are capturing only a small amount of power. There's piezoelectric antennae shifting with quantum foam to capture more power. There's sort of battery packs from different cultures strapped together, USB 19 cables linking everything up. In the station are voidminers going out to do their jobs, which is what we normally do during the West Marches campaign. Explore hulks. There's also canteeners. There's just a bunch of folks who work there, live there. They're trained by the company. They have expertise, but they are not space adventurers. They're not Marines. They are mechanics, cooks, hospital techs, junior engineers. We're going to meet some today and learn about their lives and really what the players want to learn about this station, the Godown. So I'm Wythe. I'm going to be GMing part of this, and you'll see more GMs come in and out as we go. Let's go around and introduce our first 5 canteeners. So feel free to introduce yourself and your character, and I'm going to go in sort of reverse order of the randomly rolled order for today's action. So Jennifer, could you introduce the Duel?
Hi, my name is Jennifer, and I'm going to be playing the Duel. We are 35 vaguely rabbit-like extra-dimensional robots who are very excited to be here and to be helping out on the Godown to make everybody's lives a little bit better.
That's awesome. So playing 35 rabbit-like robots, never a challenge, right? That's a walk in the park. David, who is Doting Dream Dealer, and what is their job on the Godown?
Doting Dream Dealer is a Waiton from Kalia, sir, who, after the unfortunate demise of the previous bodega clerk, was sort of given the job by their uncle, uncle in quotes, drumming grown renter. And yes, Doting Dream Dealer is sort of getting settled and learning the names and faces of all the residents of the Godown.
Excellent. So Doting Dream Dealer is running the store on the Godown on the station after its previous manager has apparently died, and you have a relationship with the refactor, the boss of the station, who is very often away, not actually on the station. So little interesting hooks there. Bean, who is Sul or Sewell?
Sewell is a Gelasti kind of sort of a do everything guy. He's a grunt. I've described him as a factotum. He runs around caring for systems, people, whatever. moving things wherever they are with his little kind of like hover dolly or anti-hover dolly, gliding around through zero G. He just he's been in the void working in stations like this as long as he can remember, and he just he takes care of people through physical and emotional labor, and that's Sewell. Yeah, he's a
And
little
what
kind of space axolotl for those of you who are not familiar with the species, except for he's not a vertebrate, but don't worry about that yet.
Yeah, like a little gummy bear axolotl alien. Awesome. Nice to meet Sewell. Who is Norman Herman, Laura?
Well, Norman Herman is a happiness officer, a smooth operator. He's also a multi-pet species player. He looks a lot like Ryan Seacrest, but a Ryan Seacrest would not have been famous, obviously. And he's in charge of being the liaison between everybody on board of the Godown and in charge of questionable item procuring if it exists, if I can provide, basically. But he's also a little bit in charge of listening in on the on everything that is happening during the missions, so that the work of the archivists is made easier. But that's just little ancillary to what he actually does on the Godown.
Love it, love it. So we have a happiness officer in addition to a factotum, some robots, and the store clerk. Last but not least, Hans, please introduce Jean-Francois.
Hello, so my character is a Mogrim, which is a very big mammal-like being from the far future. He's called Jean-Francois, but he also answers to Jean Francis, whatever. He very much wants to not do anything at all, so he is on the books as a cleaner, but the other cleaners thinks he does the IT. So he's been there for a few years, which has required a lot of people skills in order to achieve his goal of not actually doing anything.
That's great. I think Jean-Francois is my hero, a space bear crusader who, after being sent back in time and finding this alien space station and signing up with the company, just gets a job that allows him to literally not do anything and hang out all day. Just hiding in plain sight as like a 9-foot tall ripped bear guy. Well, that's great. So with that, we're going to try to introduce our Unventure move system, where you all are in charge of the plot, and I'm just here to referee if mechanical things happen or you want random events to happen. So the way this is going to work is the randomly determined order. We're going to go back in reverse what we just did. Hans, you're going to act first. There are 8 Unventure moves or pitch me on something similar. So you can basically introduce a random event, fade in on a new scene, do a flashback, force a clue from the company, foreshadow something big, jump into an existing scene by changing the vibe, pan the camera by moving a scene physically like it evolves and people are moving, or push on what's happening because it's finally getting interesting and sort of raise the stakes. In this version, we are not currently in a scene, so I would say you pretty much have to use fade in on, although I guess you could also start with a flashback that you're saying happens somehow before, like significantly before the next thing we're about to see. But I would suggest you use fade in on to describe a scene.
So, yeah, let's say it's early morning, whatever morning means on the space station, and in the main, cantina eating space, and another cleaner has just finished their work but left like a bucket and a mop, and I just heard the first first of the crew getting up, arriving. So I jump up and start picking up after the previous cleaner to make it look like I did the actual cleaning that morning. So let's say I'm just arrived, grab the bucket and the mop, and someone else comes in. Say, toting dream dealer coming to open the store, perhaps.
Morning, Jean-François.
Good morning. How have
Oh.
you been?
Good. Actually, your requisition comes in today. So if I remember, come by the booth.
I'm very curious to remember what I've requisitioned.
Oh, I think you'll be satisfied. This has taken a few days to get here. Let's see. One moment. Doting dream dealer. Shortened to DDD, or even shorter, DD. Pulls out a little ledger and just all right, yes, that's called. You requested the inserts. I mean, you're on your feet all day. I see you just walking everywhere always. I mean, you need that special size.
Yeah, these shoes have been killing me, especially, after the bad shoes I got last time. Not your fault. I requested the quadruple XL, should have been the quintuple. Yeah, this will help massively.
Eventize?
At this point, well, we're just gonna. I think we could try not going in order if we want, if everyone's okay with that. Do you just want to jump in? Is everyone down? I'm seeing some head nodding. Okay, in that case, Bean, take it. I might lightly say in the chat who has not gone in a while, just to remind you. But take it away, Bean.
No, Mr. Rabbit, please don't press that button. That button. And just bang and a zoom as the as a Gelasti zips by on a like kind of hanging off the bars of a like kind of like push cart dolly looking thing with no wheels that like just comes to a loud stop nearby, breaking something, I'm sure. Maybe like just absolutely upending the bucket that had been recently used to clean the floor. Oh dear, I can fix that. I'll oh, sorry, Jean, you've been working so hard to clean. Oh, there's water getting everywhere now.
It's my job to, but okay, if you insist, I know it makes you happy to do it.
As Sewell, who works in both the technology and cleaning sides of the of the Godown, absolutely knows that Jean does not do work, but just like, that poor lad needs a break. He just seems like he's been through a lot. I listen to him sometimes. He's talking about, he came from the great future space war, and he just wants to chill. So yeah, there's a scatter of stuff everywhere. Something I imagine is malfunctioning now. Is there a table of random things I can have broke?
So I will ask. So if you're actually using Eventize, the GM adds a high level event, which is like a big change in the go down. It sounds more to me like you're jumping in to an existing scene and changing the vibe. Just in terms of the move, unless you were trying to like really blow up the plot off the start, you're just jumping into the existing scene, right?
I guess I'm just jumping into the scene. I guess I didn't break a bulkhead. It's fine. We're not all sucked into the void. Yeah.
So in the Zocalo, the cantina of the Godown, we currently have Jean-Francois, Sewell, and it sounds like you mentioned a rabbit. So one of the dual did something. Is that right, Bean?
That's me roping Jennifer's character into this somehow.
And
The chaos, right?
Doting Dream Dealer, I should say. Yeah. So several of you are in the scene. Does someone else want to use a move right now to change the scene or add yourself?
I'd like to add myself, but in the background, is that possible?
Yeah, 100%. You can set up an alternate scene by fading in on another scene that is happening at the same time, or flashing back, or you can basically use these moves to just be doing something else sort of nearby. It's on the same station. It's not that big, but
because I am very worried. I heard Triple D talking about the requisitions that were arriving, and I know that I was expecting a few packages myself. I don't think that he should be the one receiving them, so I'm gonna try and maybe stealth my way to the shipping docks in order to see if I can get my hands on my things first.
So are we a new scene where you are just going down the passages from module to module, and you are going to basically either go to the jump jungle where Banshees would be bringing stuff from Spindle, or the bodega, which are different modules, in order to basically steal your own package before the store clerk can officially just hand it over to you.
Oh, I'm gonna go to the bodega, but I can do that after. I mean, it's just we can act on this a little later once the rest has been dealt with.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Norman, we crashed the hover dolly like you asked us to. I think the scene is all clear if you want to get in and get your stuff.
Thank you so much.
You better hurry, though. You should really hurry.
Oh yeah. I will probably have a cog or two to give you in order to construct another one of you. I'm sure that you like cogs, right? You like cogs.
Yeah, we like everything. We like helping. Mostly, we like helping.
Yeah, and I like you guys a lot as well. Of course. Let's hurry then.
Yeah, we've got your packages. You just have to go around the back. We've already taken a couple of things for ourselves, but I'm sure that most of the stuff that you ordered is there.
Perfect. The ASMR for weapons, volume 7 and 52. These are very important. Apart from that, everything's good to go. But ASMR would be was a special.
That was special.
That was a special request for a certain client.
We'll have a look and make sure that we didn't take those.
Sure. Thanks.
Can I roll to see if I took those?
Absolutely. Do you want to make, what is this, a will check to see, did I resist taking the thing I wanted to take, or...
Or I can just do steal.
Oh, sure. If you definitely did take them, then steal would let you have taken them.
I just want to roll randomly to see if I took something that I shouldn't have taken.
Go for it.
What do you want me to roll?
I would say roll will, and
Okay.
definitely if you get a 4 or lower, you took that thing.
Okay. 8. Damn it.
Sounds like you did your job or your instruction.
I'm helping.
However you view it. Yeah, you're helping. You're helping a normal human do normal human things. A Norman Herman, do Norman Herman things.
Yeah. Don't worry. I think everything's there. You should be fine.
So may I ask, is this all happening in the Zocalo in 2 different parts? If it's probably the largest module realistically, or it's up there with the Habs. So, it's meant to be a place where multiple people could be in somewhat separate areas, but there's microgravity, there's pseudogravity, which isn't really as strong as 1G. And a lot of sort of, imagine white plastic sort of benches or mycelial, basically light gray, soft mushroom the IKEA furniture that's all stuck to the walls. You have to sort of awkwardly you're all hanging out, literally hanging. while talking. But yeah, are you all together or in two groups?
For me, yes.
Stupid question. Is Norman Herman with the others, or is Norman Herman separate? I think is the question.
A little separate.
Okay.
A little behind. I mean, I heard during Dream Dealer talk about these requisitions, and I was like, okay, now I need to jump on this.
Sewell
So
has just like
go around.
gotten a rag, and I don't know which of these guys I've more soaked with this. I have more soaked with this bucket of dirty water. I'm just, I've got a rag, and I'm just like cleaning people and things. I'm just like, oh my dear, I always tell you, you need to stay hydrated, but this isn't what I meant.
As soon as it looks like he's making progress, I'm going to put the hover dolly in reverse and knock something else over.
Oh, Bunny, please. I need that still. I haven't finished delivering
I'm
packages.
helping. I'm helping. Aren't we going this way? But you didn't want to go that way, so I thought we might go that way instead.
To Imago. Those just came off the nestle, the thistle, the shield, the ship. They just, I don't know. They might be dangerous. You really shouldn't mess with that.
Oh, we're not worried. If there's a hull breach, we'll be fine.
So dirty water is like floating around, like sort of because the pseudogravity mostly on the walls and floor, but sort of also floating as you kick it through the living space, which is also where your food tends to be. So there's just like scummy water and people probably moving food and technical objects out of the way.
I don't know who it was that used water to clean in here. I keep saying we're really supposed to not be allowing little micro beads of water to go up in all the technology. It's just I have to figure out who it is who's going around and using water to clean. It's a finite resource. We live in a space station. This is a right mess it is. Oh, Mr. Abbott, where are you going?
Yeah, you've really made a mess. That's not very helpful.
As the amount of water and mess increases, it would become increasingly weird for Jean-Francois to not help. So besides the bucket and the mop, which Sewell is using, there's also like a bottle of cleaning product, and so he says like, oh yeah, I remember now, like Andy, Andy, the other cleaner, he really needs this for the other job, so I'll just bring this to him. And he sighs out and just heading towards his quarters, his rooms, to try out the new insoles.
All right, if you were using a move to leave, then I think the question is, are you closing out this scene, which is a perfectly good thing to do? And in that case, if we're changing the scene, there's a couple of ways you can do that. But you could start a new scene that's just parallel, or you could really end this one by introducing a new event, or just move it. So you can pan the camera so everyone is going to go sort of do something because something has changed. We're seeing requests in the private chat for an event, if you want to use a random actual event.
What could happen? Say I'm on my way out of there and I encounter something that creates chaos. For example,
I'm going to roll for it if you want. If we're doing an event, I'm rolling. So you tell me, am I rolling or not rolling? Roll for it? Okay.
I'm spacing on names.
Oh, no. Okay, so I actually did roll a 12, which is player's choice. So normally it is random, but I rolled a 12. So if you don't want to choose, I can just literally re-roll and try not to get a 12.
No, well, I wanted to say, but in the chaos, I'm completely blanking on names. our factor, except not our factor because we're not void miners.
Drumming grown renter,
Enters
the factor, the
trimming,
refactor
yeah.
in charge of the station. Yeah, yeah.
Trimming grown renter enters half dressed in a hurry because something has happened, which is up to you.
Yeah, no worries. Let me see. Okay. What has happened is, let me roll on another table. So there's subtables. There is too much oxygen being output by the life support system, which means that there is a very strong risk of fire right now. There's sensors going off, which are subtle, and the engineers are getting pinged. However, the Banshee who is in charge is off because she's generally off. So this is left to the canteeners to solve. So if none of you are engineers, it's not your job necessarily, but there now is a warning, and your boss is running around half dressed, having, normally they'd be asleep right now. But they're getting up to just let everyone know, like, you absolutely cannot use any open flame, which you normally shouldn't also do, but you also need to watch for static electricity, which metal bulkheads and any metal things or weapons, anything that could possibly ignite the oxygen on fire is a problem. So this event is just going to persist until someone uses a move to solve it.
DDD would go, oh, Uncle, do we need to close down the bodega? The lights, they be the dispensers. They all have that little hum. They got that.
Yeah, we shouldn't have installed those energy-saving rattle lights that spark so much. Yes, obviously close down the bodega. No more. Nothing is coming in and out. Just close things down that aren't necessary. I got to run and talk to the engineers, and they run out back into the passage.
Oh, I better see if they need me to climb into the tank again. I need to find out what I did with that algal tape that I used to tie it up last time. It was kind of a rush job, if I'm honest. It's kind of oh no, where's the hover dolly?
I think the dual will have the hover dolly, right?
Yeah, with the packages that were supposed to go to Imago.
I'm going to make a move check and see how far away I got. How far I've escaped with the hover dolly. 7 + 1.
You're pretty fast, so you can be definitely in another scene. I would say, do you want to use a move to move this scene as you are being chased, cartoonishly through the space station by Vigilante? Yeah.
I would like to take the metal hover dolly and then drive it really quickly through the metal walls of this station at a point in time when there's too much oxygen and things might explode.
That's great. Well, I would make you make a move check. You just made a move check. So we'll say that this first action, you're out in the passage ahead of Sewell, who's chasing after you. Where are you going with the hover dolly full of packages?
I think I'm going to the jump jungle. That's usually where we are, it's needed. So he wasn't using it. So it's probably, we need to pick up some more packages there, despite the fact that we haven't got rid of the ones that are currently on it. That's not our problem.
Great. So there's a chase happening toward a different module. What does everyone else do at this point, since you're all in the Zocalo and you see Sewell and the Dual leave? And also there's now an emergency, although it's kind of none of your jobs, I guess, but...
If I could pan the camera, just over on the side where the where the desk for the bodega is, DDD is just reaching behind and flicking all the switches to turn off the lights, just starting to shudder for the day. Handwriting a sign that says, dispensers offline, be back in a few hours.
Check that box. Yeah.
Yeah, sort of turning off the saw harp music, which most people can't hear the higher registers of, but yeah, it's relaxing for Waitons. Which I actually don't think I've described how DDD looks, but yeah, 5'10" cricket person, yeah, hoodie with extra arm rooms, and just slowly packing up and putting away the little requisition forms that are left on the outside for people quickly request new supplies. All right. First pink, then green, then yellow. Pink, green, yellow, just stacking them away. All right. Oh, I think you're muted, but
Yeah, I mean, does anyone else want to use a move at this time? Should I call on people? Oh, yeah, Laura, sorry.
I just have one little thing. I'm actually genuinely worried about the state of several people on the Godown, because if there's too much oxygen, maybe some may have adverse reactions to it, like the one that have to filter oxygen out of their breathing system, for instance. So I just rolled reason, but I rolled a 2, so no, nothing comes to mind. So that's perfect. I'm happy. I'm just gonna go and hide my little packages. So yay.
Yeah, what does it look like when we see Norman thinking deeply while stealing their own packages from the delivery area as it's being closed down? Like maybe you're just leaving, right? You did that earlier. So we see you walking away as Doting Dream Dealer kind of comes up and like I imagine it's probably not a metal roll cage, but like shuts the door to the module and like leaves a note. So what does Norman sort of do next as you're thinking like, man, are any of my friends in danger?
He wants to check on his actual friends, but if we can't do anything about the oxygen or the weird amount of packages, because all these exosuits I asked for are actually quite bulky, so there isn't much I can do besides being. It's maybe because of that I can't really think about my my actual friends who are either plant-based. So I'm thinking quickly. No one comes to mind that would be a problem, and or same thing for the aquatic life forms. But I'm going to hide my packages, obviously not in my bunk, because that, or with my roommate, because that would be very obvious a place to hide them at. But I heard that Jean-Francois's closet may have some extra room, and I mean there is a row of cleaning products, but maybe behind at least I can hide a few things, because all these holocard displays are I mean these are smaller packages, so I can hide them in Jean-Francois's closet, if that's okay. I never asked Jean-Francois, always assumed it was good. And one day I left him a mongrel shaped wrist guard, because I know that his job is like super hard, and wrist injuries are not to joke about. And I'm assuming that this present is our way of silently acknowledging the existence of one another and of some mysterious packages. So, yep, I'm gonna go to Jean-Francois's closet now.
Also, none of those cleaning supplies have been moved in a really long time. They were put there, but then they just stayed there. So we haven't actually seen him, move them or use them or touch them or go anywhere near them.
Yeah, and the wrist guard still in shape, still the same thing, still at the where I left it. But I know that he knows, of course, because otherwise it would be strange.
We love a Secret Santa character. So Norman is in Jean-Francois's bunk in the hab. So it's sort of a room within a module that's small. And the closet you're speaking of would be like very small. But I like the idea that it has sort of biopunk cleaning supplies that you're just like removing and putting little boxes that have sort of essentially toys in. to hide them. I don't know where. I guess we'll find out. Maybe someone will be looking for those and will be
The
a little
cleaning
annoyed.
supply closet that Jean-Francois definitely uses. Later on, Sewell's just going to be going, or it's not Sewell's just going to be going through boxes. He's going to be like, what the hell is this? Oh, God. Or whatever Celeste say. Yeah. Anyway, but is there a jump cut to a scene where Sewell is in hot pursuit of his dolly, doing zero-G maneuvers to try to catch
Yeah.
his hover dolly before it's crashed and explodes the station?
Yeah, Jennifer, how many of the Dual are maneuvering the hover dolly into the jump jungle, which is the module that has all of the company's stiffworks that go to different parts of NARM? So they're connected to wayworks, these temporary waypoint stiffworks that allow the voidminers to quickly get back to different hulks or bioorganic cities deeper in NARM in the ultrastructure. And this is a sort of highly technical, dangerous place to be that could actually spark. It's probably one of the more likely places to randomly spark and blow up the station. So you're doing a maneuver. How extreme is the maneuver, and how many little rabbit-shaped robots are there?
I'm going to roll my movement die to find out how many Dual have taken the hover dolly. 9, apparently. We're dedicated to this particular escapade. And what are we trying to do? Genuinely, I think they're trying to be helpful in the least helpful way that they can possibly manage. I'd love to think that they're providing a some sort of distraction for someone else to do something. We arranged that earlier with Norman, but there's all kinds of fun things that can be going on in the background. So I think they will mostly, they don't actually want to blow up the station. So they will kind of maneuver the hover dolly into the jump jungle and sort of like leave it there so that by the time Sewell gets there, they've kind of scattered and disappeared.
Great. So they just wanted to like mess with Sewell, it sounds like, more than wreck anything.
Yeah.
Could you make a movement check, an easy movement check, 5+, to not spark anything as you sort of drift park the hover dolly in a cool way, and then 9 sort of vaguely lapine futuristic robots jump forth, and there's just packages and hover dolly kind of floating, settling with the pseudogravity on the sort of bottom of the jump jungle.
Great. That's a 2 + 1.
Great.
I thought about burning crit on that, but I decided I didn't want to.
What does it look like as fire erupts in the middle of the jump jungle and shoots out in a sort of random direction, and now there's a melt happening that could lead to a hull breach? But we're probably going to play this out in real time. You're all now in the scene, although you're in different places. Only one of you is in the jump jungle. Sewell is in the passage floating toward it, and the rest of you are either in the Zocalo or Francois' bunk in the Hab or somewhere else. So we're just going to go around. What do the Dual do in reaction? Presumably, is there some ass saving happening here, or?
I think, let's find out. 3 of them are going to try and just get out of there, and the rest are actually going to try and contain the problem that they've caused.
Great. Then I guess you could roll both things in one round, but we're going to roll with disadvantage. So roll a movement check with disadvantage to get away, and roll, I guess, a reason check with disadvantage to fix the problem.
Cool. All right. Movement with disadvantage. I wrote 2 5s, so
that's
5, and then reason. That's a 3 and a 2.
Okay. So I think you take 7 points of damage, but none of the Duals are instantly lost. You just lose 7 health as some of the Duals are sort of blown apart. And a 3 and a 2, the other Duals are now at risk of being on fire and have solved nothing. I think there's melting portable stiffworks that are attached to the walls that are melting loose and melting cladding, and it is. I think they're just about to be covered in sort of melting goop, sort of plastic mycelium compound. Who wants to go next? Let's go in turns now. So yeah.
Sorry.
I guess Sewell was in hot pursuit, heading towards what now becomes the site of a soon-to-be hull breach. what does fire suppression look like on the Godown? Are there tools in cabinets or any kind of like
Roll reason to see what Sewell knows about the protocol. Let's say this is easy. This is again a 5+. Like you've been trained, right?
okay.
Probably.
It's a D10. I'm still gonna burn 3 because it might be life or death. I rolled a 10 on it though, so I got a 13. So yes, I'm
Great.
very well trained on fire suppression and management.
I'm going to say, since you got above a 12, you can make up canonically. What does fire suppression on the Godown look like? Take it away.
Realistically, it probably looks like something that depletes oxygen locally, right? So maybe there's some kind of like mycelium foam, because everything's got to be made of fungus or algae, right? There's some kind of mycelium foam sprayer unit that he busts out of a cabinet and just starts coating everything in order to immediately halt. It does maybe require him to hold his breath as it like locally deoxygenates the area, but he's an amphibian. He's actually great at that. So yeah, he's just floating around like, oh no, okay. Please hold still, little rabbit, little babog. It's
No thanks.
he just yep, this you're gonna be real sticky after this, but whatever. It's like spraying everything. Please don't touch anything. As he's just, and I don't know what's in those packages either, so that's gonna be interesting. But he's just, so do I need to make a move check to get to where I need to move?
No, I think because you rolled a 13, you don't need to actually make a move check. If there was someone else around, they would, even though you're suppressing the fire as trained, with the foam system that's built in. It's kind of like a sprinkler system. It starts going off or whatever, and you maybe like yank something from the wall to direct it. But there's no one here who breathes oxygen other than you. There's just the robots, so they don't need to breathe. And you rolled a 13, so you like back up, take a big gulp, hold your breath, and then aim the thing and put out the fire. So I think we should still go around and give everyone a chance to react. But actually, although the other characters don't know it, the fire is out. There's just Dual covered in melted mycelium like wall and like now foam. They're just like, they look like snowballs kind of floating through space, like gray snowballs with rabbit ears. Feel free to jump in, Hans, Laura, or David. I want to give everyone a chance to react. You're hearing now like big alarms. There's 2 overlapping alarms: the high oxygen levels from the life support screw up, and fire, which is like definitely a big alarm.
Well, that's not gonna play well in the whole happiness like quotas that I have to hit every month for the Godown. So I'm going to try and find a fire extinguisher, because I mean, I heard the alarm and I'm a responsible person, and I just disposed of this very big. I have like, these role-playing gear things for real life emulation interactions that were the super big packages, as well as the exosuits. And these are heavy, so I'm just going to open some door. There's probably a briefing room that Imago is not using currently, and I can put my thing under, and there's probably a fire extinguisher, and I think several fire extinguishers, because on such hull boat slash whatever space station, there are probably several causes for fire, so I probably have to pick the right one. Maybe I don't know. I mean,
Sure. So Norman Herman jumps into the lab. Let's see if Amago is in the lab currently working. She's not. So the lab is empty, and you know there's fire suppression. You've had the same training as Sewell, but why don't you roll reason to try to find what you think is the right way to respond, not knowing that the fire is simultaneously being put out?
I rolled a 7, so I know that in case of a fire, I can probably try and locate the little overwrites for the doors so that nobody can enter and exit. But now I know that there are at least 3 different fire extinguishers for 3 types of fires. So I'm going to grab all 3. I mean, I'm used to carrying a lot of bulky things all day long for my break the ice game, so I might as well just take 2 fires extinguishers instead of all the 3 of them, and try and find the like where I think the fire alarm rings the loudest.
Great. Yeah, you're floating toward what you think is the source of the fire with like a bulky rectangular thing and a cylindrical thing under your arms. What are Doting Dream Dealer and Jean-Francois doing as this alarm goes off?
I think.
I
Oh, go ahead.
So Jean-Francois hears the alarm. He's in his room and just sticks his head out the door. Smells. Okay, I don't smell anything burning yet. So he closes the door, locks the door, and continues painting his portrait of Doting Dream Dealer.
Doting Dream Dealer. Okay, the portrait. That's something Doting is. Do you have Doting sitting for the portrait, or is this just from memory?
From memory.
Okay, so Doting Dream Dealer has just closing up, hearing the alarm, starts panicking. Gotta get to the jump jungle. Gotta evacuate. Just whether or not that's actually the evacuation muster point, that's just where Doting starts to run to, sort of scurrying along the wall, half floating.
Well, the airlock there, the dock with Nettle Shield would be the muster point to get on a ship that can support human life and take you away, the shuttle. Whether Nettle Shield left immediately when there was a threat to the Godown is something we could roll to find out. But you're running past the fire to get toward the shuttle if you're leaving. As all of you were doing this, Norman and then Doting would inevitably see that the fire is out. There's just clumps, there's snowballs of mushroom fluff that has suppressed the fire as planned. Sewell is probably sounds like mumbling, and there is plenty to do to clean up, but nothing is on fire. No one is on fire. The dual are burned and now encased in mushroom crap and are just kind of bouncing around, making noise as dual do. I would say this is a good time to close out this scene, and we'll probably go to another scene. Does anyone want to add anything with like what you're doing at the end, or anything specific before I ask a question that we'll ask at the end of every big scene here, which is to add some canon, some canonical lore? But first, any personal reflections on this moment of blowing up the jump jungle, almost causing a hull breach, but then stopping it?
One tiny question. For my performance review, I need the duels to take a picture of me as if I were either putting out the fire or cleaning up the mess, because I'm very useful to the Godown. So yeah, that's what I do. That's it.
That's a question for Jennifer. Yeah.
Oh, great. So what do you want to? What do you think your best side is?
It's in the eye of the beholder more than in the eye of the wearer. So do your best. I trust you, Duel, because that's what you do.
That's so unwise. Okay.
Yeah.
Just look really like the
Busy,
things you have on your
busy.
face. Yeah, like helpful. Look helpful. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, perfect.
I smeared a little bit of like whatever gel on my face so that I looked
One of the
involved in the
dual kind of
situation.
floats by and like hits you in the face, so that you kind of have like a smear of foam on the side of your face that
Perfect.
looks very rugged and like you were really working hard in this scenario.
Oh yeah.
I
Thanks.
think Sewell's probably just like in the background of the picture, like just still like doing stuff, like or like de-encrusting his dolly and its packages that he still has to get to Imago. Maybe saying some foreign swear words. I don't know.
Yeah, some jelly swears, some gelasti jelly swears. Great. Do we see any last moments of Jean-Francois or Doubting Dream Dealer in this scene before we close it out?
Doting Dream Dealer would have also, just having stopped at the extinguished fire, would have also sort of stopped to help out. Maybe grabbing a little snack of the goo, just trying it out, like, smells nice. And
Yeah.
just sort of forgetting that the shutter for the bodega was left unlocked in the panic. Just, it's open. Not entirely shut all the way. Didn't have the padlock put back on the gate.
Yeah, the canonical now mycelium fire suppression foam tastes like a water chestnut pesto with the flavor of air or water. So it really has basically no flavor. It just tastes like inert crap, but you can definitely digest it. Definitely, proteinaceous and fibrous. And yeah, you feel a little more at ease because you're helping out. You've come together, not so worried about your job packages. It's a small thing. Stuff moves around. People share a little more than on Spindle. Jean-Francois, this would be actually your job to clean up after a big mess. But do you want to close out the scene with how I'm gonna guess, wild guess, Jean-Francois doesn't actually clean up all of the scorched, melted crap in the jump jungle?
He arrives in the middle of the jump jungle, completely covered in goop, and sees everyone cleaning. And he then uses calm to convince everyone to stop. And it's actually very dangerous. Once this foam is deployed, it needs to rest for 37 hours before you can actually remove it. And that's calculated to be like 1 day plus however many hours are needed for him to be off shift.
Right, it's the weekend for Jean-Francois at that in 37 Godown hours. This is great. I really like that. Yeah, you're like doing the math, the Terrasol standard hours they use on Spindle.
Yeah.
Local, how does that translate to my work shift schedule? And you're like, all right, I know this. I know all about fire suppression, but everyone step away. Yeah.
I imagine maybe that actually makes it into like the safety manual of the station. Every time it happens, for now, it has to remain.
That's great. Well, this is a great bridge, Hans, into what I was going to ask, which is the Unventure reaction power you've activated. The move that I have to ask you to use is called Canonize, which is you all have to agree on some new cannon. So we already got different cannon from a 12 plus roll from Bean. So the fire suppression can't be the cannon. Plus, like that's fun, but that's pretty in the weeds technical stuff. Is there a social canon? I think for free we can say that the manual is updated with your lie to include the 37-hour wait period. Which just means there's always a mess if there's a fire. There's just scorched crap floating around for like a day and a half. But what is something we've learned about the Godown through this scene? Life on the Godown. Could be about emergencies, your relationships, the company's posture toward things, package theft.
I mean, though there is a muster point, it is it's the hardest place to get on the Godown. We actually haven't seen anyone successfully evacuate.
Yeah, maybe it's pretty clear that if something goes wrong on the Godown, we are just going to explode. Like, the company doesn't actually care that. Like, better that the Godown just gets vaporized and the secrets don't get out than any of the void miners, make it back.
Yeah, it's
muster point.
probably not the top priority.
Mm-mm.
In fact, it's probably like it's probably more of a priority that it's hard to get off the Godown unauthorized.
Yeah, like you can check out anytime you like, sort of thing, like, but you can never leave. You just getting back to Spindle is quite a elaborate operation. So if something goes wrong, like, you just hope that nothing goes wrong.
I mean, it happens only via the nettle shield, as I recall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think what you've all come to realize, either in conversation after or independently in this moment, perhaps starting with Doting Dream Dealer running toward the nettle shield and seeing the nettle shield, you can see through the little porthole at the end of the airlock, through the two, windows. You can see the nettle shield is detached. So instead of looking at a wall of red, you're just looking at space and then a wall of red. And you can tell there's a few meters between. That this is a feature, not a flaw for the company. The company did not make NettlShield sign a contract saying that it would actually do its job in an emergency on purpose, so that, to your point, no secrets would ever get off the Godown if the company didn't want them to. NettlShield maybe could later, be the Ishmael who explains everything in a really passive-aggressive way. But the actual void miners and canteeners, who now we know would perish. So with that dark insight, does someone want to use Fade In On to start a new scene, which could be related, doesn't have to be, to the nettle shield or to the sort of aftermath of the fire, could even be a flashback.
I got to get these packages to Imago. They might be kind of covered in crust right now, but like, that's fine. They were like hermetically sealed first anyway, and I don't think that too much of the melted bend got on them. I don't think anything got out either. It seems fine, right? Yeah. So I'm just gonna kind of yeah like crack my hover dolly off the ground. All right, yep. Yeah, it's fine. It's superficial.
Hey, do you need help?
Absolutely not. But thank you.
Are you sure? We're really helpful.
You know what would really
Here,
help?
let us help you.
Yeah, you definitely can help me.
Yeah.
By you can you know
Well, what
I
you're
could,
doing right now, you need to move your stuff, right? We can help with that. We're
well, I
really
can do
good at
that, but
this.
what I really need help with is I could use a new
Do you need something?
sweater, so you could knit me a sweater.
Oh
Yeah.
no, I know where everybody keeps their stuff. I'll go find you one.
No,
They're gone.
Yeah. You can make it out of the mycelial fibers here. So if you can just like collect all of this.
They're gone.
Yeah.
They're already gone. They've
Yeah,
they're
okay.
out.
No. Well,
Can I go steal a sweater?
Yeah, is this a new scene? So are we going to see a scene of the Dual stealing a sweater? And where would a sweater be on the space station?
I'm gonna roll a d6 and see which of the 3 void miners rooms canteeners rooms I try to break into to steal some of their clothing. Is that okay?
I think my character is one
Oh,
of
that's a great
the smaller people here, so absolutely no one's clothes would fit me.
They Doting Dream Dealer is absolutely right. This is an excuse to go break into the bodega.
Oh, great. So, sorry, when is the scene taking place in relationship to the first scene? Is this like 37 hours later, or is this still, there's just like floating chunks of fire suppression sort of drifting through the station?
It sounds like it's immediately after. Like it's as soon as I was still laboring to unstick my hover dolly from the foam and stuff like that, which is probably now floating We're hoping
I don't
that
know.
the
Maybe you've had to
air
leave it for
scrubbers are getting
37
that.
hours, and you've come back now at the point that you're allowed to enter the room and to try and dig out all of your stuff.
Ooh, maybe. But Imago did say she really needed those packages, so I just have to hold my breath, I guess.
All right. Well, it sounds like there's a new scene, and we're gonna see the dual stealing packages from the bodega. Jennifer, would you like to mechanicalize that by using the power steal, or are you gonna roll movement to try to sneak in? And is Doting Dream Dealer there? It's been long enough where maybe he's Go ahead.
I feel like Doting Dream Dealer still hasn't heard if the oxygen situation has been resolved. That alarm might still be going off. So the bodega is still closed for all the archive printers of material to stay offline. So I feel like Doting Dream Dealer is actually going around trying to find either Norman Herman or Sewell to get help with distributing any packages that will have been delivered that day. Bodega's closed, but people still need their requisitioned gear.
Well, it sounds like you're not there. So I would
just wandering about looking for assistance. So
if you want to pile work on top of Sewell, he absolutely cannot say no. He's incapable of saying no to helping people.
So yeah,
but if you find Norman Herman first, he might get lucky in that regard.
But yes, just away from the bodega, Doting Dream Dealers start realizing people still need their packages.
Great. Why don't we do two scenes? We have Doting Dream Dealer delivering, and whomever else is going with DDD, and then we see the dual breaking in. So cue Mission Impossible theme. Jennifer, do you want to roll movement or use a power or something else?
Yeah, I'll use steel for this. This is what I took it for. So that's D8 grit, and then I have to roll a move check, but plus my level, which isn't very much plus anyway. But okay, I rolled 3 on the D8, so I'm burning 3 grit. And then I did want to ask, this says D move plus your level, but I have a +1 to movement, so do I count the +1 with that as well?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, great. Okay, then I'm going to roll a D10 because this has been going great for me. 6 + 2, so 8.
8. Okay, 8 is a success. What does it look like as the dual break into the bodega, and which all these modules they're not really rooms. They're like tubes or balls or rectangles affixed to a main central spine. And then rooms within them are just demarcated by very thin bend mycelium composite like walls. So it's more like an open office with like sort of a frosted glass like separator as opposed to like a room. But obviously for the bunks, there's some level of privacy, and maybe with the bodega, there is a storage area. David, to your point in the chat. So I think I can leave it to the two of you to figure this out. But Jennifer, what do the dual generally do when they do a sneaky steal?
The thing I'm primarily imagining is the penguins from Madagascar, like the sort of, really ridiculous, over the top, like super spy kind of vibe, where a few of them are keeping an eye out and being helpful in order to make sure that nobody comes nearby, while the other ones use like some sort of like mechanical apparatus to like lever the shade open, and then like 2 of them sneak in, and you can hear like rummaging and crashing in the background. I wanted to suggest using, I'm going to have to come up with something, unfortunately, using foreshadow to, like, as the dual are like, I won't say ransacking, but like, kind of having a bit of fun looking around, looking for a sweater, and they happen to also grab a few other things as they are, in the vicinity, obviously, that might be useful or helpful to people that they encounter. So it's important to have a whole bunch of stuff just on hand, squirreled away in the walls somewhere where we can get to it easily in case somebody needs it. But I think there's something like in one of the packages in the back of the bodega that hasn't been unpacked that's come from Spindle. That's like a big, like kind of like heavily locked like metal chest that's underneath a bunch of the other packages that's kind of let's say making a humming noise in the background, which they're not interested in because it doesn't look shiny and they can't carry it.
So this is great. So while the dual are moving packages they can carry, they don't move the one large package that came through the jump jungle, came through the baleful core from Spindle and came to the station and is now locked in the bodega, but obviously hard to lock anything really here. And that thing is like moving. Can you describe a little more what the package would look like? Is it like a ticking, jumping? What's the vibe?
I think it looks like it's kind of the size of a like what is it called? Those freezers that people have in their garages that are like big and long with the lids open, and has like some big, like strong, like latches on it, like silver metal, and kind of with like a weird low hum that kind of vibrates through the floor a little bit.
Got it. Weird low hum, flat long freezer thing.
Yeah.
Someone else, would you like to use, again, the way the Unventure moves are structured just to playtest, and thank you for playtesting things all the time with NARM, is you can bring in events, you can do a flashback, you could force the company to kind of give up a clue about something you care about, you can just jump in and sort of change the vibe, or push the vibe to a higher stakes, or pan the camera, kind of move things along. Meaning for someone else too. You can be like, I think what happens next is this, but it's still the same scene, right? It's just evolving. So those are some ideas of sort of how to structure this. But feel free to also just make
it's a
up.
foreshadow, right? Like this is the Chekhov's gun. This comes back later.
Yes.
So the logical step is to now we just the dual are like, that's weird, and then we pan the camera to something else, like Imago reacting to the state of the packages that I was bringing her, sensitive either samples or equipment for experiments that she was planning on running here, that are now covered in mycelial foam dust. But it's fine because I'm kawaii. You can't be mad at me, right? So yeah, we can cut. She's not in the lab. I don't know where she would be at this time. Maybe you have a table for that.
Yeah, I think she's coming back to the, she'd basically be leaving Microbasal, the office area, where she was doing some administrative work and or taking a snapper away from the rest of the crew in the Habs. And instead of going to the lab because of the fire, she obviously is going to the fire, but it's been put out. And now this is however many, if it's a couple hours later. She's near the jump jungle and assisting with repairs, wearing a rebreather. And she looks pissed. And with her is Gardemilians, the junior engineer, who's the only other Draadheerder on the station. So the only other engineer who is capable of fixing the stiffworks. If Zeke is gone, other than presumably Imago. Or if someone makes up a new character. And they are working on the jump jungle when you bring packages. And of course, she can't really technically attack you, but she looks like she would if the rules of the game allowed it. She looks furious. And these packages are late, and she lets you know, and she lets Gardemilians know. And you're both Gelasti in work clothes. And she is in, of course, a drab jumpsuit of her scientific sort of research calling. She's almost always ready to do biotech stuff in a lab. But she's yelling at you with a rebreather on, so it just sounds like every time. I think this scene is going on while the theft has occurred and the shaking is still ongoing. It sounds like we're sort of panning the camera and people are just amassing and no one is paying attention to that ominous Chekhov's package. does someone else want to enter the scene or evolve the scene as described, sort of in the hall between the sort of habs and the jump jungle and the bodega? Like, for example, what is Norman Herman doing?
The health inspector. Yeah, very concerned, I'm sure.
I am actually. Once I took all these pictures and looked very important, obviously I'm not going to go back to my bunk or whatever. I'm going to try and send a few discreet messages saying your package has arrived. Meet me at the bodega. Meet me there and there. I know that some of my clients are very discreet, so I have to actually go to their place and yeah, meet them on their at their convenience. And I know that I still have one very big package that is waiting for me that I will try and get to discreetly. So I'm trying to figure out the next few minutes, or rather my next hour, during which I will encounter all my friends, all my clients' friends, of course, and deliver what needs to be delivered.
Great. So are you going to, it sounds like, go toward the bodega as well because you need that big package? Okay.
Yeah.
You see in the hall, down the passage further, are Senior Archivist Imago, Gardemilians, and now Sewell. And there's some package exchanging and some technical work and repairs. There's probably dual jumping around here and there, but that's sort of normal now. You can just go to the bodega, from the Habs. You can just have, gone sort of left instead of right and just avoided them. And Imago's sort of distracted, so you're not being summoned or anything. You can just go carefully do that. I do think there's a question of where Doting Dream Dealer is, and Hans, of course, jump in anytime you want. Jean-Francois. If Jean-Francois' whole thing is just chillaxing, though, this is a good time to chillax. Absolutely no one, because of this 37-hour rule that we all know about, that everyone already agreed on, of course, there's nothing for you to do.
To solve both of those, Doting Dream Dealer would be dropping off Jean-Francois' package, just having seen that Sewell is busy with Imago. Like, oh, I don't wanna get into that. Imago's a little scary.
So do you knock or do you come in or?
Yeah, just sort of you hear two hands knocking at the same time on the door. Hello? Hello? Got your inserts?
Just a minute. Jean-Francois takes his portrait of Doting Dream Dealer, almost finished, looking quite good, and puts it on a pile of 10 other portraits of 10 individual portraits of the Dual. Then thinks again and like shuffles them a bit so that it's not the top one when
Now,
GD comes in.
were those ones drawn from memory too, or did the Dual actually model for them?
The Dual absolutely modeled for those.
Yeah, and for the other ones, might come up attempts to paint the other ones. And I open the door. Didi, come in. What do you have?
I got your most recent requisition. I mean, you're on your feet all day, so I made sure to don't tell anyone this, but I got you the extra soft ones.
Oh,
Just they make these in limited numbers. Like, I don't know, they apparently take longer to grow to be soft.
These fit perfectly into my stilts I need to dust the ceiling. So I'm 7 foot. I It's not that big here. Guess. Right. So yeah, there was a big mess with the fire earlier, right? But yeah,
Mhm.
good thing.
Yeah. 37 hours. That's a long setting time. I wonder how they find out those numbers.
Yeah, well, experiment like 37 very unlucky people had to pay with some very heavy burdens to find that out.
I mean, it's not done yet, but it still tastes pretty good. Just served from a little baggie. Noting Dream Dealer just takes another little handful and just licks it off.
I think we see Norman Herman arrive at the bodega at this point. It doesn't take that long to float down the passage. While y'all are eating foam.
Are we still there?
Yeah, right? I mean, it's unless you left, you tell me.
We definitely had a lookout. So can I just roll movement to see if we got out in time? Cool.
Your lookout can also
5.
stall.
I think that's a question. Laura, do you want to have Norman Herman roll will, and you need a 6 or better to see the duel?
Sure. Which I roll reason, I guess.
This is will. This is a will check.
Oh, this is will.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Very good at will. I rolled a 3.
Great. You don't see anything as the duel float past. You might see them like the opposite direction past you, but you don't see them sort of leave the bodega sneakily, perhaps humming like a dun 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 kind of cadence to each other, but in late Tefnian and in modem speak or whatever. Yeah, you're alone in the bodega. What do you want to do?
I want to listen for a package that may or may not buzz because I specifically requested a live specimen for my client.
Sure. I mean, it sounds like this package is pretty obvious and would be hard to miss. So I don't think you need to roll to find it. I think it's there, and it sounds like it is shaking or doing whatever it would do. I don't know what's in the package. You do. So do you want to tell us? And is this a sneaky thing, or do you just take the package and leave?
I mean, I need to make everybody happy, so I might as well just go and open the package. Because what was requested, let me check my notes, was a live specimen of a grandmother. I believe it's an Harajoon grandmother for a tremulant ritual. I do not know what this is about. That's all the tremulant client, who shall remain nameless, asked me to do, but there is a grandma in this package. So yeah.
It's presumably not the tremulance grandma, just a grandma.
No, yeah, the tremulants are conscripts, and I don't think that. I mean, they can be a Harajun.
I
don't know.
I think that the Harajun can be tremulants, but
no, and I will. I mean, keep the name of my client out of my mouth entirely as long as I see some money.
Yeah, there's only so many tremulent characters, so we'll have to figure out retcon which of them asked for this basically human trafficking thing. So that's great. This is going to be great stream. Thanks, Laura. So I can roll on the grandma table, or do you want to describe what it looks like as this traumatized woman is pulled up out? So she's like a sort of a chimpanzee with wings. Who has been in a crate for some reason. I don't know if this is something she agreed to, or like she wanted to be smuggled onto the Godown and just couldn't get the clearance, or whether this is not something she wanted to do. But she's here now. So what does she look like? What is her reaction? Since you know your client and their grandma, presumably.
I don't know if that's their grandma, but I'm going to welcome her, especially like, oh my God, I'm so happy to see you. How have you been? This is wonderful. I can't wait to introduce you to your other grandson, because I heard that you two have a lot of catching up to do. I brought you this, and this is probably a crochet/knitting kit that I salvaged from some package because grandmas love handiwork, or things with their hands, and I just put it in her hands. I have a fruit. I mean, in the bodega there are a lot of fruits, and I probably have Harajun compatible fruits to give her. And I'm like, yeah, you must be exhausted after this very, very long trip, right? She's a little confused, but she takes everything. She's a
Yeah.
grandma, so yeah.
Well, I actually rolled, so she got an 11 on her will check to find out. So she knows what's going on to the degree someone could have sussed this out. So, can you tell us, does Norman Herman know what's going on, or are you just a middleman and actually not sure? In which case, I will make a call here. But is she here of her own free will, or is she basically been abducted? And I'm going to say her name is Shunink. So Shunink says, she would react based on one of those two situations. So Laura, what does Norman Herman know about this whole fiasco?
Not much. I don't think she's here on her own volition, but I don't think that she's going to be in danger. Apparently, I have to also arrange her her being shipped back to wherever after they're done. And I was also requested to keep the Harajun transport module as running, as is, because apparently she's still going to be alive. So that's a win for me. I mean, I can still try to smooth things over with her. But
yeah, it's a win for her. So I think on an 11, so she knows. So I think maybe she's being paid to be here, at least something. So she's performing as a grandma. She is a grandma. She has grandchildren, which is apparently important for the quantum physics experiment. Is that she has multi-generational, lineage. So she's here for this weird hell science experiment, and is going to go back. So she is not then going to freak out and try to punch you in the throat with a grandma chop. Instead, she just seems annoyed because her joints ache. She's been in a box and then taken through a stiffworks, and so it's an odd feeling. And who knows how long she was in that box? She specifically describes hearing what sounds like robotic rabbits not helping her. She's very perceptive and asks about that, but basically wants to be taken, somewhere she can stretch her legs and not be in a box. While this is all happening, back out in the passage and beyond, does someone want to jump in with another Unventure move here, related, unrelated to this experiment?
I could say, yeah. So Jean-Francois has paused his portraiting for the moment and wants to sneak up on some duel. So I'm going to make a move check. They insist on posing, but he actually prefers to paint from memory. However, there are 35 of them, and they are very similar. So he has a little sketchbook where he tries to get some note differences, do the vaguest of sketching in order to do the rest of the portraits. So I'm going to roll movement to try to not be noticed. And I rolled a 1.
Great.
Great.
What does it look like when all of the duel at once become aware of Jean-Francois, a basically 9-foot tall bear man, sneaking up on them, sneaking up in quotation marks?
I think where there's this sort of buzz of it on the Godown where like there's always something moving in the corner of your eye. Like all of the dual are always like coming in and out and sort of like so there's just this constant sense of like things moving, and all of it across the entire station stops simultaneously, and they all just turn to look where like through walls. If they're on the other side of the station, they just all turn to look at him at the same moment. I think for anybody else in any other part of the station, it's terrifying. Like it's like they've heard some monster coming and they all just freeze in place and turn and look.
Hi.
Hi.
I have this note for you.
The one you're talking to, like they kind of have this like kind of gray-white metal face. This one is like half melted from the explosion, and you can see like some of the like wiring and the stuff inside. It sort of looks like a half zombified, but it's the same voice and the same like no change in the behavior. Just it looks half dead. A note for us?
Yeah. And
What's it say?
quickly scribble on my notepad.
You're writing something.
Yeah.
Are you writing a note now? Why don't you just tell us?
I received the note, but it got burnt in the fire, so I'm copying it now.
Okay.
And it's just, so I scribbled down, I need socks, signed, Sul. Turns the page and does a quick description of the half-burnt face for later portraiture, and I hand you the note.
You need socks?
No, I don't. It's just a message I got from Sul.
Oh, Sul needs socks.
For you, yeah. I'm just middleman here.
We'll help if we can, but we're it isn't our okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I can find someone who can knit some socks. We've heard of knitting.
Maybe
only grandmas do it. It's very hard to come by.
Yeah, since the great grandma shortage. Goodbye now.
Hey, spoilers, that hasn't happened for us yet. That happened in your timeline. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
That's
the
why they sent you
hyperdimensional
back.
grandma apocalypse. Oh wait, no, that hasn't happened yet.
This is so great. Hans, do you want Jean-Francois to roll will to see if you remember actually a truth about the near future and there is a Graham apocalypse and that is why you were sent back? Because, I mean, I guess that's plausible that somehow there's a virus targeting...
a cookie clicker.
It's hard to think how this would work in a hard sci-fi way, but we'll figure it. We'll get there.
More rolling is better. 5.
You have a vague inkling that there was a Graham apocalypse, but you're not sure how to stop it. But I will say, do we think it's coincidence that this is real? And at the same time, one of there's only 2 Tremulants and only a couple snakeheads registered for the NARM desk. One of them is experimenting on grandmas. I think not, but who am I? Does someone else want to use an Unventure move? I will say you could always throw in an event or a normal sort of environmental problem here, but
yeah, how do I make this canon? That's what Jean-Francois.
Oh, it's coming.
It's coming
whether you want it or not.
In the post-grandma apocalypse, I'll switch characters for a second. I'll be his commanding officer, and it's like, now you may not find yourself remembering the details of the future clearly, but you must find your way onto the Godown and confront this individual picture in order to stop the impending Gramocalypse. I know it sounds ridiculous. We haven't thought of a better name yet.
Is the name the problem? Yeah, I mean, do you want to use a move to advance this forward, or does someone else want to use something to? It sounded also like I just want to go also back to Laura. At some point, you seemed Norman seemed concerned about clients getting packages, and I don't know beyond this is definitely the most interesting one. But if there was anything else there you needed to make sure happened, we assume that Shunink is going to a specific Tremulant who we don't necessarily need to bring into the scene, but it might be good to just set if we're going to advance the plot where everyone is, because I think you're sort of in different places nearby.
I can definitely. I mean, as long as my clients are aware that I have their whatever, I can go and find the others, because I'm fairly sure that Sul has requested something off of my services. So yeah, I need to make sure he gets what he's due.
I feel like Doting Dream Dealer would be actually probably like chasing after Norman Herman, but not actually like sort of going to wherever Norman was like a minute ago and just not being able to catch Norman, because it sounds to me like a lot of the requisitions are sort of being done through Norman as a third party. Like, normally people would go in, request something themselves, but Norman is putting in requests on behalf of others.
It's for their own happiness,
I think Sewell maybe at some point in the past had gently tried to maybe indicate that like this weird bouncing back and forth of packages was making a lot of extra work. Like, maybe we could just take them straight from the dock to where they're supposed to go instead of taking them to the bodega or whatever first. And it's just like completely like got misinterpreted or shot down or whatever. And it's like actually now Norman Herman needs to get involved also before I need to hand things off and he needs to hand things off to me now. And also there's paperwork that has to get signed.
No paperwork on my end, sir.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's but I do need to get you to sign this. Just receipt of and then when it gets back to me, I need you to, when you tender it back to me later, I'm gonna need you to sign another thing. No, okay, it's fine. I'll just I'll figure it out. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a band called Cornfield? Because I have a lot of t-shirts your size that could be of interest. I know some people here really like my past rock bands, and maybe a man of your taste.
Are you
will do the
wait?
same.
Are you in a band? Like
No,
is,
no. I
yeah,
cater.
I'd love to support your band.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know. Okay, I have
Yeah, like,
things. Yeah.
it's I think it's very important to support the arts and the youth and their ventures. And I could get like 2 shirts even like so I could just and then we cut forward to like this the retcon. Now he's been wearing a cornfield shirt and he's like, oh yeah, it's my friend's band. Yeah, it's Norman Herman. He's in a band. Uh,
Yeah.
so-
And the shirt says "Follow the cleaner," and there's inexplicably a picture of Jean-François. He's not part of the band. He has nothing to do with it. It's probably a picture that the duels have taken. So it's not Jean-François' best profile, but still, it's very highly recognizable.
So under
there
my
you go.
coveralls, sometimes I'll like, yeah, I got this shirt on underneath it. Actually, sometimes you wear it over the coveralls if you want to be extra supportive of your endeavors, which he believes are you being in a band.
Mhm.
I haven't heard him play yet, but it's I'm told it's quite the experience when you get the band together. And yeah.
I
have a
rolled
few things.
for Imago, and she has no idea about the package. I wouldn't even say package theft, just package confusion. However, Gardamillions, the junior engineer, I think Norman Herman is one of your clients, and she is trying to find you because she wants a package that you owe her, or that someone owes her. She's actually very confused whose job it is. It's just there's not that many modules on the station, and she can never get her fucking packages. She's not really pissed because she's not that kind of person, but you can tell it's like a passive, like bad energy as she like busts into your conversation and demands a package. I don't know which package it is. I don't know, Laura, if you want to extemporize on what these people are ordering and yeah, why you always seem to have their stuff.
I don't, there are a few parallel interests on the Godown that are either in the business of happiness. So, for instance, if you want to emulate a dinner party with your friends and families, but you don't have your friends and families because you're on the Godown, you can order life-sized models like inflatable, foam, whatever. Have all kinds of real life models so that you can have your family in your bunk and you can deflate them and hop, put them back under your bunk and everything's fine. And you're happy you celebrated the lightning of the candles or whichever party you do, the LED
Like
lights, that kind
a
of
hard
things.
cut to a different scene where it's like Sewell like having a birthday party with like inflatable gelasti. And he's
Yeah.
like, "Happy birthday to you, yay!"
Yeah.
No life flames though, and it just cuts back. Like,
I
yeah,
mean, I have all the models, and I can even come up with the birthday songs, the whichever little song that you could put in a birthday card or whatever. I have it. There's also another market for holo cards for trading games, and I happen to be a very good player at that game, which involves handling critters and little animals that you throw and they fight one another and you win through your critters. And I happen to sell a lot of displays. You want the holo cards, like you want the holograms to be actually holographic? I have them, but it's going to come to a cost with a cost. And I can probably organize tournaments. I also have a few disputable things with exosuits that light up in the dark or that have fashionable colors. I have a few things also for weapons. I have a surprisingly large weapon audience also for my, because I advertise on the interwebs, but I also have a few people. I know that DDD has requested a few of my packages. He doesn't know they come from me because I go through a third party because I'm very discreet. But yeah, that's basically what we do. And I have pheromone skins for for your intercoms, because for some species, I mean, they can't see really colors. That doesn't really matter to them. So yeah, I mean, I make everybody happy any way you want.
That's great. Gardamillions takes the package of multi-pet species holo cards and grumbles politely and turns and leaves and goes back to engineering, probably to life support, to adjust those oxygen levels. You may know that you will face her later in a multi-pet species tournament, where critters, some of whom may have blisters, emerge out of. They're not balls, obviously. They're a different shape. Not for legal reasons, but for aesthetic ones. They're all octagonal or hexagonal prisms. I feel like this scene, the stakes were raised and then lowered, and maybe that's my fault. So I just want to get back to the Graham Apocalypse. It is all connected. That you introduced what we thought was human trafficking, but it was a paid grandma performance, paid grandma evocation, and I think whichever of the Tremulants, or Snakeheads perhaps, which we will find out perhaps in the future of NARM, has done something. And it didn't take very long because Shunik is back and she wants to go back to Spindle. I would like to say you're all here except possibly Jean-Francois. I don't know, leaving it up to you, Hans. But I think it sounds like everyone else is kind of hanging out near the bodega. And Shunik is finding you, Norman Herman, ready to go back. And she looks like a completely different Harajun. She looks the same age, but, in size variance, roughly the same size within tolerability of normal Harajun size, but just like a different person. But she has the same name, speaks in a similar demeanor. Her voice sounds different. Not sure what happened there. But she's ready to go back and enjoy her life back on Spindle. She did whatever she came to do, got paid. You're just, the middle person here. You're all standing around. I'm going to just say this is Chekhov's grandma.
Hey, can you make some socks before you go?
What? Okay, she looks at you so offended that without even words being exchanged, please roll will to determine why she's so offended by that.
Okay. 2.
You have no idea, but she just is like, why would I make socks?
Because you're grandma, aren't you?
There's a long pause. Which dual is this? Like, how did the dual speak? Is like one stacked on top of another, kind of floating or holding on, like, or are they all together?
I think when there's more than one, it's whichever one feels like talking. So it will just be a voice coming like popcorn, just from different bodies from different sides.
So she doesn't really know where to look. So Shunik I think that's part of the hesitation, but she also just is like confused. She's like, I don't know what you mean. I don't have any kids.
Oh, it's happened. That's great. It's
what?
When the transdimensional, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You're great. Don't worry about it. I'm helping.
Nah, I'm cool and young at heart. I play multi-pet species and I shitpost on the public archive, just like all the cool younger Harajun do.
Yeah, like a cool kid.
Right, and I'd get to day drink and enjoy my life. I never had children. I never regretted it. I'm retired now, and even though the retirement pay is absolutely shit, and she's like looking around in case like a refactor's around, but we all know. But whatever. There's enough algae to keep us all around, so I'm gonna go back and eat some fried algae and probably play multi-pet species. It's the game everyone's talking about.
You really should learn to knit, though. I mean, we hear that it's a thing that people do with their exterior appendages.
She considered the wisdom in that and saw that was a wise observation, and she resolves to learn to knit. You're wise, rabbit-shaped multiple organism bot.
Yes, we are. We're very helpful.
She's ready to go home. Does anyone want to do anything else to close out this scene?
I'm more than happy to escort her. Go ahead.
I'm wondering if we can like, let's see. We need to find some way to divert this grandma, right? Or can we what's gonna happen that's gonna by chance stop this grandma from possibly going and setting off the grandmacalypse, this ex-grandma, this anti-grandma, from going and contaminating the stream. We have to rectify this before she can leave. We have to re-inspire her to embrace grandmahood. It's I think it's maybe Sewell with his kawaii neotenic demeanor enters the scene. He's just gotten chewed out by a mago, and he's just like, oh gosh, just looking absolutely pathetic. And maybe that's going to spark the mega matronly neutrinos in her. this poor slimy boy who's just gotten yelled at by his boss in front of the girl he likes. The only other Gelastia on the space station. Naturally, yeah. Maybe I thought that Sewell was actually like 100 years old, but maybe that doesn't matter. So yeah, Sewell enters the scene looking absolutely pathetic in order to be the inspiring, the caring response of this anti-grandma. Yeah.
Well, before we do any rolls for pro or anti-natalism in this particular woman, what is everyone else doing to close out the scene? What does it look like as basically Shunik is going to go back to Spindle, and something has changed in through space, perhaps, or who knows, where she's no longer the same person, and we don't know the ramifications. All we know is Jean-Francois's vague warning about
rotation on her G-axis.
About
her
a
grandma axis.
Yeah, her grandma spin has been inverted by 1/2 step. So what do the other canteeners here do? And then we might have a final roll, depending. We know we have one person militating for kind of Goku asking all the flowers on Earth for help summoning, a giant Dama of pure energy to defeat a Cell or whatever. And in this case, this is restoring grandmotherhood to one Harajun, which we don't know how to affect the timeline, but it's a fun proposition. Everyone else, though.
DDD would have been just sort of distraught over the ransacking of the bodega. Like, oh no, I just got this job. I'm gonna get sent back to Spin.
We can help you clean up if you want.
Did you see who did this?
No.
Why is that box open? And
probably somebody needed something.
DDD is just grabbing all of the delivery papers that should have been signed with each of these packages, and is just, I gotta track them all down.
We can help with that.
DDD is gonna just distribute the slips, find them, get the signatures.
You got it, boss.
Great. So we see Duel disappearing throughout the Godown with slips to get people to sign that they got the packages they indeed received at this point, which we now know are a lot of special cards, booster packs, and singletons protected in mycelial sleeves for a game about collecting different kinds of pets in containers. And any other closing thoughts before we do a group thing here? I mean, Jean-Francois, what's going on?
Yeah, he's also there, just like sitting in a corner with his legs up, sketching a bit, and he sees what Stool is attempting. So we just, without looking up, says, well, don't worry too much. There will be more.
Okay. Good reminder. Any other last thoughts before we move to canonize this scene and learn what we learned, basically, which I feel like we kind of know from the DMs what people are going to say, but something will become canon, so we'll figure this out. But yeah, before we do that, David, any last thoughts, or Laura, anything from your canteeners?
I guess I would like to foreshadow, just now that a change has occurred to the grandmother. She's heading straight for the jump jungle rather than going back to the crate.
Oh, wait, sorry. So Shunik is going to the jump jungle to go to NARM, not going to the crate to go back to Spindle. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm just something is weird here.
Love it. Okay, well, that is certainly a difference. So that NPC, who may or may not live terribly long, is suiting up and heading out into the Hellstraw. Her life is very different since she didn't have children who then had children. This has become a whole, sliding doors plot.
Is someone Marty McFly like fading out of existence somewhere? Like,
Yeah, but they're Harajun and they're not on the Godown, so
yeah,
or they're coming into they're fading, changing, whatever. With that, let's wrap up and canonize this scene. So this was a pretty full day on the Godown. Usual antics. Packages were delivered and distributed. There was an incident with life support malfunctioning and an explosion. There was some chewing out, some passing in the hallway, and there was one un-grandma. With that, could you, the 5 Canteener players, decide what canonically about Stillfleet has changed due to that scene of normal life on the Godown?
I will fight anyone with my bare hands for the Grim Apocalypse. I don't care who I have to fist fight in the parking lot. Although I did want to suggest that somewhere along the way, the R got lost. And so the far future that Jean-Francois is from has been trying to stop the gamma apocalypse, which they assume is some sort of gamma radiation event that changed history somehow, because somewhere along the way the R got lost. And so no one actually knows that this was the inciting incident for that long-term change, because they've been focusing on entirely the wrong thing this whole time.
yeah. It's because it's actually grandma radiation. It's they took the grandma part. They split the particle, the grandma, from all of the Harajun's particles, and now there are loose grandma neutrinos that are now shooting out into 3 space and maybe across higher n dimensional spaces. Listen, I'm not a physicist, but yeah, it's that grandma radiation that's now been set loose on the universe, or anti-grandma. It's causing an anti-grandma chain reaction that's now threatening to, slowly at first, but perhaps accelerating over time, potentially unmake a lot of people.
I think they might be sending her into deep NARM to try and balance out the higher dimensional sort of folding at the end of NARM, to see if that will just contain the effect of the blast.
A Harjun flaps her wings and the apocalypse
Yes.
has begun.
I love that you think physicists spend all day researching grandmas, but maybe in millions of years from now, this has become part of physics. It's all tied together. Yeah, quantum thought affects quantum events, but also there's this kind of question of who exists or not across sort of multiverses.
Put it in the book, wife. Put it in the book.
Well, we have to now. You've made it part of the book. Yeah. The gamma apocalypse, which could refer to any number of things, but you are all worried, the 5 of you at least. I imagine this is like an after-hours drinks thing in the Zocalo. You're floating around drinking kelp lager. You're pretty sure that all these people are going to disappear due to the de-grandmaization of Spindle's population. But, that could just be bullshit. It's a real thing that you think that will be in the book. Whether it is true or not, I think is maybe TBD. This was great. So this was the first of 3 playtests of this Unventure system, and we're going to now transition toward the next playtest, basically. So we have some folks waiting in the chat, waiting in the green room, who are gonna come on screen and play. All of you are invited to hang out and continue playing and just get bigger and bigger. If you have to go, that's also very fair. It's around 4:00. So our viewers, if you're watching, thanks so much for watching the stream. We love streaming games, and we love our players and hopping in and telling fun stories with us. We'll keep doing it. Today we're going to have 2 more. So we're going to have Jesse King running a game at 4 using the same Unventure system. And then we're going to have Ryan coming in at 6 and running the 3rd part. So with that, does anyone want to add any final color, since I don't think we have time for a full scene with 5 minutes, to what we've been up to today for Sewell, the Duel, Jean-Francois, Norman Herman, or Doting Dream Dealer? As I imagine, again, a few hours have passed, you're all kind of hanging out. You've had time to kind of compare notes. And if you are staying, maybe let us know, and that will help some of the folks who are in the chat kind of just basically reintroduce your characters if you're staying, so that we know when new folks are joining who they're going to be playing with.
I'll be here.
Cool. Do you want to go ahead, Bean, with sort of reintroducing Sewell for the folks who are in the green room?
Yeah, I've been playing Sewell, the Gelasti that does a little bit of everything, bringing packages around and doing minor technical and theoretically emotional maintenance but just by virtue of being cute and easy to talk to. But mostly today, I've been dealing with the fallout of just rabbit and grandma related chaos. And I did not get that sweater that I asked for. So that's fine.
Not yet.
That's what I was
great.
going to say.
Oh, well, Jennifer, did you want to jump in?
I am playing a hive mind of 35 hyperdimensional, vaguely rabbit-like kleptomaniac robots, all called Duel. We're very cute and very helpful, and we're just excited to do our best to help everybody just have a really great day and have a really good time. And we've got a bunch of stuff now from the bodega that will be helpful for other people, which is why we took it. So we might be distributing that at some point.
Excellent. I think, Laura, you said you're going to stick around as well?
Yes, absolutely. Right now, I'm in my bunk showing my roomie all about his new gear, because he just got his Systems Are All Down t-shirt, and I need to introduce him to Florence and the Rage and the Machine. And I have a few audio documents that I'd be very interested in. I think we can say that Norman Herman is a happiness provider. Is not only a happiness officer on board, is also providing a lot of services for people on the Godown, because it's very smooth and he knows what to get. If you need a grandma, apparently you can get one. And if you need cards for critter handling trading card game, you can count on me too. So yeah, that's awesome.
Excellent. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm still playing Jean-Francois, a Morgul who is supposed to be a cleaner, but tries really hard to not do any work. But we also just learned that he might be there to stop something called the Gram Apocalypse. But more on that maybe later.
The also known as the Gamacalypse. Was that what we decided to generate it over time to lose the R?
Gamapocalypse. Yes.
Gamapocalypse. Are you transliterated from the original Klingon?
I am bowing out now, but we'll be back for the last session. And yes, DDD is going to be spending time learning the rules of hollow pets and stocking the shelves with booster packs.
Excellent. Well, thank you for playing, David. We'll see you back in a little bit. And at this point, I'm going to do the transition over to the next GM, who, True Exquisite Corpse style, does not know what's going on. So, David, you're taking off, right? So I'm going to take you out of the screen. Thanks a lot for playing, and we'll see you again. And then we're going to add in Jesse, our next GM. Jesse, hey, thanks for joining.
Hey.
And then I'm going to add in other players. So other players, if you're ready to rock, we're just going to throw you in there. And I will leave and I will hand it over. So Jesse, I don't know what's happening next, but the scene has ended. It's a new day, new scene. So you can sort of bring back everyone. And if you're taking a little break, maybe just remove yourself from the stage, or I can do it. So you take a little break, and when you need to be back in, just ping me in the chat, and I will add you back. Okay, so I think we have everyone who should be on the screen, and I will try to follow when Jean-Francois, Norman Herman, or someone else are back. Okay. Let's see. Are we good to go? Everyone feel good about audio and visual? Do we need to do any quick sound check? Do you want to just do a quick say some words?
Hello. All right.
Hey, I'm here as well.
Excellent.
And I'm here as well.
Good. Well, with that, I'm going to take off. So if you need me, I'll be producer hovering. But otherwise, Jesse, let's find out what's happening on the Godown with these damn canteeners running around, running the place. Bye, all.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jesse. I think I know everyone here. But I don't know what happened. So I think about half of you maybe were in the previous stream, but I'm just going to give a little overview for those of you who are new to this experimental game today. We are playing with some Unventure rules, which are designed to kind of give you prompts to make things happen narratively. And I think we have all of those in the chat. Does anybody need them? Or would you like me to read them out?
Let's go.
Yeah,
I have no idea how it's going to work.
Okay, great. So you are all permanent, for now at least, residents of the Godown who don't venture into NARM. Usually we focus, of course, on our voidminers who are exploring NARM, being adventurous. You're everybody else. So I would love it if you could all introduce your characters and anything, any relationships you have with one another, and anything else you want to tell me about your characters.
I'd be happy to start. Hello, my character is named Hopple. He is a Harajun, and he is a health inspector. So he travels throughout the Godown looking for things that have gone wrong, particularly mold and goo and slime and all the terrible pathogens that one might find on a space hulk. I do know Doodle. They are little lab rats. I think I have a little bit of an antagonistic relationship with them because they do bring little objects into my lab in the intention of helping. But I've kind of become also a secondary lost and found of various odds and ends that you find in the ship.
We don't know what you mean by antagonistic. We're friends, and we're trying to help you by bringing you things that you can do experiments on and melt and write notes about and look angry and frown and whatever it is that you do.
Yes.
Yeah, by the way, do you feel like you might be fading out of existence?
Sometimes, on the worst of days.
Well, I'm very curious about Saul's question, but maybe we can kick it to the duel.
Hi. We are 35 hyperdimensional kleptomaniac robots. And we're just trying to be helpful and make everything more fun and efficient and run smoothly here on the whatever this place is that we are currently inhabiting. We don't really care. We're just helping.
And I'm not a dual. I was just doing a bit.
So does the co just assign you as the efficiency officer on the Godown? Yeah, the dual.
Us?
Yeah, yes.
We have the impression that the code tolerates our presence as long as we don't cause too much trouble, which, given the recent scorch marks in the jump jungle, we would rather not get into too much detail there. So we'd rather that we just don't get officially acknowledged at all, and then we can all go on living efficiently and happily together.
Is there anybody else that the dual have a particular relationship with that you want to ping it to?
Our friend Norman often brings in packages that we help with by taking some of the things that he brings in and redistributing them to other people like Dual. So, yeah, he's a friend of ours.
Yeah, the whole package manipulation thing, we call that the random finder's fee. And this cuts quite a bit margin out of my sales, but I make do because the duals are helpful. So that's great to work
helpful.
with them.
Yeah, helpful.
Great. So, Norman, do you want to introduce your character?
I mean, sure. I'm what some may call a happiness officer, and that's how I was actually hired here. But I think more of myself as a smooth operator and a multi-pet species player, power player even. I'm also a Godown shipper. That is, I can procure and distribute goods that may not be requested through legal means or through means that would be approved by the company, and that can cater to the taste of the very diverse crew here on the Godown. So, yep. I have provided a very interesting package today, or rather a little earlier. It was a live person. It's not my first time I ship an actual person on board, but it's the first time I ship a grandma. So that was interesting. She was nice, but she didn't want to knit anything. So, meh. Win some, you lose some.
And I think I neglected to just clarify everybody's species and class. The dual, I know, but
okay. I'm a human. I physically, I'm Ryan Seacrest if he existed in this time and space. But yeah, there was a mix-up involving me being a voidminer, a Rosie / witness, but I mean, it was very confusing, and we had a lot of about that with my roommate, whose name is actually Alex, normal human. But yeah, I'm a happiness officer. That's my qualification here, obviously, because everything's in order. See.
Okay. And Hopple, did you say you were Harajun?
I am a Harajun, yeah.
Great. Okay. Excellent. Norman, anybody else you have relationship to on the Godown, or you're just curious or mad at or anything is in here?
Now that I have introduced a live specimen of a Harajun grandma on the Godown, I'm very interested in Hubble because my client's request was for a Harajun grandma, not their grandma. So now I'm curious to see how Harajun would react to a grandma that would have lost all of her grandmotherhood. And I mean, I'm always interested in species I don't know. I've not met a lot of Morn folks, and I'm assuming that Carl / Fritz are also are Morn folks. So maybe I have things in my little inventory that may be of interest to them. So yeah.
Okay, great. Carl / Fitz. Would you like to introduce your character?
Sure. So Carl and Fritz combined are like a bundle of humanoid-shaped wiring, sapphire in color, wrapped in a cardigan sweater. Usually walking around the Godown with 2 mugs in their hands, one for each head. One head is named Carl, one is named Fritz. They can't share one mug because they have a very stern liking for tea and coffee at the same time. So one has to have one has to have the other. So they are usually trying to navigate with one mug in each hand, and trying to figure out what the day holds for them. Are they the kind of PRN therapists for the Godowners down here? Are they going to be an arbitrator for some sort of dispute on the space station, or I have to do quarterly psych assessments for the to make sure that everybody is within limits. So they're in charge of all these things, and they're here to assist where they can, with very different styles of therapy.
I gotcha. So, one job, 2 styles, or 2 jobs?
It kind of depends on, if you respond better to, like, Carl, and he's more like very soft-spokenness and very just like, trying to be welcoming to your ideas, or do you like Fritz's very direct, just kind of in your face about your feelings, or both? It can be a 3-way conversation.
Awesome. Love it. Anybody else on the Godown that you have any friendships with, or that you hate, who is in this room, who you would like to introduce?
I'm not sure about hate, or I'm supposed to keep very neutral about everyone down here. Some are more elusive than others for coming in for their quarterly meeting, but I think we haven't heard from Joe yet. So
Sure, I can go. I'll introduce Joe. Joran Joe Marin is a human fleeter, but he serves as the chef / barista on the Godown. And so he has relationships, has probably chatted with everyone here several times. He does wear an apron all the time, but he doesn't have a chef's hat. He has more like a hand knit loose beanie kind of, because he's a cool cucumber guy who's just here to help out and make coffee for everyone. He probably has a tense relationship with Hopple as the health inspector. They're looking for molds and funguses, and most of the food is mold and fungus, so it kind of creates some issues. And Joe probably works with Norman Herman to spice some of to source some of the spices and other things that are difficult to get here on the Godown, because making everything out of mushroom is making things quite bland.
That's great. And Jean-Francois, I think that leaves you.
Yeah. So you can see me, my like what was it? When it said 9 foot tall, uh, mammal like being just walking in the background, carrying a big mop, mongrel, and I pretend to be a cleaner. So I was just going to the cantina to get a coffee, but so I just picked up a mop so that anyone who passes me in the hallway knows that I'm actually working. But before I enter the cantina, I just put it away so that it's clear that I'm on break. Uh,
So to clarify, you're not the cleaner. You're
well,
pretending to be cleaner.
Most people think I'm the cleaner. No, I'm the cleaner. In the books, I'm the cleaner, but there are other cleaners, of course, at the station. They think I'm the IT guy. Otherwise, it was too difficult.
I can't wait to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sorry, continue.
Did we introduce everyone? Yeah. Then I might.
We introduced everyone, but if you have anyone that you have any prior dealings with, relationships with, we'd love to hear that out from the get-go.
I would like to approach Norman Herman to see if I can source a computer terminal.
Oh, of course. I'm surprised though that like, do you need one for special interweb surfing, or do you need one to play with? Like, do you want the parts? Do you want it completely constructed? Do you want an IT guy to look into that? Maybe.
I actually asked Didi first, but he insisted on getting me like a whole package. But what I really need is just like the face of it, so screen and the keyboard, and I don't actually need any internals. It's for an art project.
Right. So just the husk, but no substance.
Yeah.
Right. Okay,
Like,
that's.
I don't mind if it has any internals, but I mean that would make it more expensive. So if you can get it without anything, that would be great.
I can certainly look into that. Yeah. Thanks for your patronage.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've just sort of established something that's happening on the sidelines, right? We don't want to go into a whole scene. So here's where we get to for the, overview, where we might be calling scenes and having people thrown into them. But it sounds like you just kind of made a shady deal and sort of got it past me. So I'm interested to see where that is going or what it's about. Okay, so I think to kick us off, is there anybody who has urgent business that they would like to start a scene with right now?
I think maybe I'd like to jump into a scene. I think by the nature of me being a health inspector, there was a rather large fire this morning. And it seems as though it was in the, oh gosh, what's it called? The jungle? The jumping jungle?
The jump jungle?
The jump jungle. There we go. And I think my character would be involved with that because what we've established is that the way to put out the fire. It takes 38 hours for the mycelial deoxygenation fungus to harden. And so I think I'm part of that cleanup crew trying to assess what exactly happened and how this fire was caused, because that's definitely something that would be a safety concern on our ship. So I think right now I'm trying to investigate. And if possible, I would like to use an ability to see if I can find a clue, potentially to see who is connected in this fire, how this fire came to be.
Absolutely. And remembering that I did not, I don't know, I don't know the answer to this.
I can help with this. I'm very helpful.
Okay.
Hubble, what are you up to? What are you
Well,
doing in here? It's all full of sticky stuff.
you do understand that this area is currently cordoned off, yes?
No.
I'm
What's cordoned off?
investigating. You wouldn't know.
We go
I'm
everywhere. Go on.
I know. You are involved. I'm trying to determine how the fire started this morning in the junk jungle.
Oh, yes, very serious.
Big safety concern, definitely is not within our protocol. I will probably write a pamphlet about it later, but first I must investigate where this fire started, if it was brought onto the ship, if something hyperoxygenated, trying to determine what happened. And so I think right now I'm going to use an ability. I don't know, maybe I'm just inspecting the area and just looking at the chaos of it, or maybe I'm using like my kind of dowser, my reader, to kind of get a sense of like what materials I'm finding in this fire, what potentially could have set fire. There's probably
if you
yeah.
look right over here, you can see some marks on the ground where Sewell's hover trolley came through. So you might want to. His certification is maybe getting close to the end of its expiration date. So it's maybe he needs a little bit of a talking to if he caused some problems.
Interesting. I start writing down notes of like people to contact, of content data. I don't know how, I'm guessing we don't have any recording of this space given the kind of strangeness of the area. But I think, yeah, I'll definitely be like, Sewell, yes.
Proper hover dolly certification is very important for piloting hover dollies. So
and it's Sewell is usually so respondent, so helpful about getting those things checked in on. But yes, all right. Well, I'll have to go have a conversation with him.
Very serious conversation.
Sewell, who I'm so sorry, I think we jumped over you. I'd love for you to join this scene.
I think Sewell's actually also been roped into the cleanup crew.
The dual have mysteriously vanished as soon as Sewell appears.
Yeah. Sorry. That it's just and I think Sewell actually covers for the dual because he is incapable of ratting anyone out. So he's like, situation, it just technological problems occurred which caused it to seem to move with the mind of its own, and he's not a very good liar, by the way, but is just making up a story about how somehow all on its own his hover trolley unparked itself and zoomed all the way to the jump jungle instead of while he was trying to take packages to Archivist Imago at the microbacil. Is that the name of the area? Yeah, and he he straight up just because he's rather fond of the duel, despite the fact that they cause him no end of trouble, because he's just like he has a childlike like, it's like somebody like afraid that they're gonna lose their, like a little kid afraid that like somebody is gonna take away their puppy or something, except for their puppy is a group of 35 chaotic rabbits, uh, robot rabbits from another dimension. So Sewell bullshits you, and you can suss that out if you feel like you would. But yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm going to do a reasoning check. I do have an ability for that, but I think I'll just do a reasoning check for this one.
Contested by my charisma, I guess.
Yeah.
Here.
Can I help Sewell? Because this was my lie. that this was his fault.
100%. But you can only help once, not 35 times.
Damn it. Okay.
So does that mean I add +1 to the result?
Yeah.
Okay. It's the D6 +1. Wait. It's I rolled a nat 1 +1. So.
Okay. Well, then the help doesn't count.
Well, I rolled 5, so I was able to get a 5. Not great, but not terrible.
Well, Sewell rolled a nat 1, so
saw
Yeah.
Sewell chasing the duel, and then rolling a max number on his like fire extinguishing and stuff like that. Sewell put this fire out. So
I think Hupple is going to kind of look at you rather sternly through his little glasses, and he's going to say, this is a very serious offense. The jump jungle is our transport in and out of the Godown, and all of our shipments, all of our packaging, legitimate or otherwise, goes through this area. Were you able to save the shipment that caught fire, or is it gone, or have you seen any other packages?
For sure. It's I was able to redirect the foam and put out the fire really as almost as soon as it started. Almost. Yes. He's just nodding.
Is this true?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Can I ask, have you seen any other shipments or packages coming through today? Anything else that we might need to test, or that we might be concerned about? Anything that made its way out into the bodega or out into any area that might have gotten affected by this fire?
By the way, is Hopple he, him, or
he, him? Yeah.
So, sir. Sir, yeah. Goodness, I was just mostly concerned with getting the package to Archivist Imago. I hadn't yet had a chance to really get around to any others at the bodega just at that time, and so I guess you'd have to that new feller Dream dealer, he probably might, but I don't think he's quite around at the moment, and I just and I don't know, I he's just like freezing up, like on repeat, kind of like but how are you doing? I'm sorry, it's so stressful. I really appreciate that you do so much to kind of look out for all of us and all of our health. And it must be real hard.
I think Sewell is such a sweet young man, and he does truly try hard. And so in Hupple's report, I think he's going to try to maybe push more of this onto the dual than onto you. I think he's going to try and push it into an accident in his final report.
Yeah, he's just like while he's like telling this lie, he's just like scanning he like casting glances at the dual like
The dual
it's
don't
like very
have
obvious.
hands, but there's one in the corner that's just going like that.
I think Hopple is glaring right back.
Can I request a move?
Yeah.
Can we eventize?
Yes. But before we do that, Soul did roll a natural 1. So I want there to be a consequence for Soul. It doesn't have to happen right now. But I think this very badly telling a lie to someone who seems to be just sort of trying to do their job efficiently, and also has like given you the benefit of the doubt of just sort of being a nice person, and knowing, but is going to negatively impact one of your relationships of the canteeners we have around here. So you can tell me who that is and what happens, or we can play it out.
One of the 7 other players on screen right now.
That's correct. Yeah.
I'm not sure who. You know what? Maybe what happens is, because there's another person that Hopple would know that Sewell is also constantly covering for, which is the janitor that doesn't do their job. And maybe it becomes a case where instead of thinking that Sewell is covering for the dual, Hopple might think that Sewell is once again covering for Jean-Francois. Does that work?
That's great. I love it. Okay. Suspicion all around. Perfect. So the dual wanted to call an eventize. Close out a scene in which your canteener is not present. Well, you can't technically do this by introducing a new event.
I said I left, but I guess I said I was back.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's fine.
34 of them left. One of them popped their head in just to do this.
To be clear, technically I am in every scene and also not in every scene, so I can do anything I want. I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
Yeah, we'll see. Yes, absolutely. Jennifer, if we're going to call a new scene.
Oh, I just want something wild to happen, because I've already set something on fire, so what could go wrong?
Are you looking? So anything? Are you looking to do to make it happen? I guess is my question.
I mean, just random chaos, basically. But I'm happy to pull some other voidminers or canteeners into a scene, or if you want to roll for an event that they can deal with and I can help with.
Yep. Okay. But I'm going to name a couple of people because this event is like something that is a huge headache when you live on a space station with the same people every day. It happens all the time, but it takes like days to resolve. And it's the Actually, you know what it is? Joe, your machinery keeps breaking down. For a while now, it's been working fine, but every few days now, all of your machinery is breaking down, and everybody on the Godown gets really pissed off, and it's hard to deal with fixing it, because on NARM it takes a really long time to get parts. So how are the dual helping / harming the situation? And also, who else is complaining? Who do we see there complaining about it while the dual are imposing themselves?
I'll do a jump in.
Great.
So I think if it's broken, Carl and Fritz don't know this yet, so they have come in for their morning, fill up of all their mugs, and Carl needs the elaborate, like, sugared up latte art, pretty coffee in their hand, and Fritz needs the most bitterest tea, straight caffeine, and so kind of they're hoping that, like, when they came in this morning, that it's happened before, but it's been we've had a good track record lately that it's been working. We've been getting all of our beverages, and so they walk in and said, Fritz is very much like, we need the usual, Joe. We need the usual, and Carl's like chimes in, is like, yes, it would be really great if we could get our drinks now.
Joe, you have two dual, one on each shoulder, like a little angel and demon, and one of them is going, just hit it again. If you hit it again, it will probably fix it. And the other one's like, I think maybe we should just order new parts this time. Hitting it again is probably not going to help. And they're both just like chattering like directly into your ears.
So Carl and Fritz, when you come in, you actually don't see anyone, because Joe is under the machine trying to do it like it's a car or something, and with wrenches, and Joe has the two dual chiming by his ears and says, chill out, little dudes, we'll figure it out, it always ends up working. Hey, is someone out there?
Oh, we'll go look. Hi, Carl, Fritz.
Hello.
It's broken again.
Try not to alarm everyone in the area if there are other people in the store. Can I aether speak all of the dual Joe and I? So we can have a private. So we can have a private conversation about the status of this.
Yes, but I also, before you do that, I want to just ask everybody else around the table, are you in the coffee shop? I'm just curious. How full is this coffee shop? Are you all there? Are you all pissed off?
Is this happening like contemporaneously with the other scene, or is this like a cut to a later time?
I think
that's a great question. I mean, I think this has been happening this keeps happening, but I was thinking it was happening at the same time, since we specified that the dual were splitting up, so I guess Sol wouldn't be there.
Probably not. And I guess I was talking to Hopple.
Mm-hmm.
But Norman and Jean-Francois were not accounted for.
Yeah. So Francois, after making his order with Norman, I think he maybe just got the last coffee before the machine broke, so now he's just lounging in there, sipping his coffee.
Great.
And
Hey, sorry, Norman.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to continue the scene. Are you in the scene? Are you going to be in the scene, Norman?
Norman, sorry. Yeah, I mean, since I left Jean-Francois, I'm in the business of finding parts for the amazing deal package I will deliver a little later. So I'm probably not in. You can probably see me in the background, but I'm not here.
Okay, great. We'll look in on that amazing parts delivery later. Okay, go ahead, Cameron.
Oh, thanks, Jesse. Carl, Fritz, my dude, it's great to see you guys again. No can do on the coffees this morning. We've got a bit of a snafu. Jean-Francois just took the last one. But you know how these old things are. We've got tons of MREs and dried food, and we can get you some instant coffee. It's going to be no problem, dude. Just got to roll with the flow today in space.
I think this is the moment where he goes into Aether speak and just is like, Fritz goes straight into, I don't want to yell at you in front of customers. I know this is like really hard for you when this breaks it down, but we need this really bad. Like, I'm staring at Jean-Francois. I'm hurting. I'm already withdrawn. And Carl is trying to like, now, Fritz, like, you can see this is stressful for Joe. And they're just going on about like, is there something we can do? Like, this can't keep happening. This is kind of affecting everybody in the Godown.
I totally understand. Maybe if you went and asked Jean-Francois, he would share with you. Wouldn't that be a totally tubular thing for him to do?
And Carl is like, no, we could never impose. And Fritz is like, I'm thinking about it. I'm really thinking about it. It's hurting.
And like I said, we've got all sorts of different mushrooms. We can make like mushroom coffee. We've got cordyceps and the reishi and the lion's mane. We can do all sorts of stuff for you, man. Just say the word. I can whip you something up.
Carl asks for, well, whatever you think is best, and then let you pour him whatever you think is best for Carl. Fritz is like, it better be worth it.
Joe takes a pot or like a space pot. I don't know what you would do. Use a 3 in low gravity, some sort of tightly contained lid, and puts it on a fire, conspicuously close to where the duels are, I guess, to try to boil a pot of water because his, espresso machine is not working. So we start boiling water for the mushroom coffee. And then he takes his eyes off that to begin cutting up mushrooms. Yeah, man, don't worry about it. I'm gonna treat you guys right. I'm gonna get you something mixed up real quick. If you see Norman Herman, let him know that I need to put in an order for some parts.
Okay, we'll go sit at our table.
Can the dual try to fix the machine while Joe is distracted and not messing with it?
Yeah. So dual are going to need to roll reason for using tech, unless you have a move. And Joe, I want you to roll twice for how good what you give Carl and Fritz.
What should I roll?
Wisdom.
What?
Wisdom. Or
Wisdom.
whatever, unless you
Okay.
have like a specific thing.
No, I'll just roll.
Or I guess you could charm. I'm sorry, that's what I meant, Will.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Yeah, let me just roll for that. Okay, I got a 4.
Great. It's not that good. It's fine. You're not like poisoning them, but you're gonna disappoint them.
All right, this is the best I could do with what we've got right now. Let me The duel's trying to fix the machine right now, so let me go check on them and see if we can get you something else. He gives you guys 2 cups of the equivalent of a 4 out of 10 coffee.
The machine has just disappeared under like a pile of little rabbit bodies that are all trying to like fix the thing simultaneously. I'm gonna roll reason with advantage because I have technical, which is advantage on all tech related rolls, but I also have commiserize, which lets me tap into any code stratum system. Will that help me here? Can I please talk to the espresso machine and convince it to tell me what the problem is?
Yes. Can you are there any other details about commiserize that we need to, should we?
It says effectively translate any language. It says tap into any code stratum system or communicate with any other informatic being. And it lets me tack as well if I want to, but I don't think we need to send this espresso machine into NARM. We just need to get it working again.
Yeah, I'm obviously going to let you talk to the espresso machine.
Amazing.
Unless we've already established that the espresso machine doesn't talk during White's session.
We have not.
Great. What do you say?
And I rolled a 4 to resist showing my face when drinking it.
Oh, okay. You guys your relationship might be suffering a little bit right now, but who knows what that looks like?
Hi. Oh. Hey. Do you think you could maybe start working again? We don't, but other people on this whatever it's called, they need liquid, and you produce liquid. So what's the problem?
Haven't talked to anybody in a while. Got a list of liquid. What was your roll? What was your tech roll?
Oh, I never rolled. All right. I rolled a 5 and a 6. So I'll take the 6.
That just keeps the things keep popping out, and someone I think is taking them. Since you are also a robot, I'll give you this. Obviously, the espresso machine is not gesturing, but to you, it's gesturing at some like parts in its back. Jesus. That seem to have been taken out of this espresso machine, and you remember that it has been breaking a bunch. So sounds like it's sabotage.
I think every duel in the Godown, no matter where they are, all go sabotage simultaneously in every room throughout the station, and they will tell Joe about that.
I think Joe hears all the duels say sabotage simultaneously. It's like, whoa, little dudes, did you just say sabotage?
They all go sabotage
does
in
the special machine have a accent?
Yes, it's
yes,
accent.
Jesse, where's your Italian accent?
No.
Also, was that open flame that you were cooking on by any chance related to the missing parts? Like, is there supposed to be flame coming out of this space station cookery? like, it's like, oh yeah, I got this gas jet just recently started. I've been using it to, it's really great. It's way better than the induction. It heats things up so much faster. Was that?
I don't like where this train of inquiry is leading.
Did you by any chance modify your equipment, sir?
He's not. He's a chef. I mean, he's not into the tech stuff. We would have to look at some other tech adjacent people, I think.
But I'm not in this scene yet. I haven't thought of a reason to insert Sewell in unless something needs to be delivered, cleaned, or somebody has a somebody's on the verge of let's having a breakdown. If Carl Fritz starts to crash out, maybe someone will tell Sewell they need a hug.
That's a great point. Carl Fritz, how are you doing without what sounded like a really necessary part of your day?
They're gonna have to manage. Again, they have to kind of take on, it's everyone else's problems. So, they're supposed to have each other to handle their own problems, but that doesn't always work out. So I think they're just gonna eat their feelings a little bit and try to go on with their day.
Maybe this would be a good way to end the scene, but I would like to use find clue on the machine now to see if we can figure out who or what has sabotaged the machine.
Now, are you using find clue like the Stillfleet move or force clue?
The Stillfleet move.
Okay.
I guess I could use force clue. I have the Stillfleet move as well, but what would work better?
You could get 2 clues.
Yeah. I guess I didn't know. I guess I can just ask for clues anytime now.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty much the same.
Does force clue involve in like calling headquarters or talking to Imago or something?
Well, I'd ask you to tell me how you're pushing for this clue. Oh, okay. Sorry, we got a clarification. Force clue only applies if you are confronting the company.
Okay.
But you have find clue, so
I'll use find clue. But I mean, I'm just going to go. He walks over to the machine, pushes some of the dual out of the way to take a close look at the parts they're indicating, and tries to, maybe sees some marks or hair or I don't know, some sort of Sherlock Holmes like evidence that would indicate who did the crime.
Can we help? Please.
Yes.
I think it just happens. It doesn't need to. I think I just find a clue, right?
Yeah, it's not a roll. But you can still help. Okay, so to close out this scene, I'm going to put it back to you, Joe, actually. What do you find that leads you to Jean-Francois?
So I'm looking at the machine. I've already looked at it several times before to try to fix it, but this time with the dual's help, and after talking to this brush machine, they point to a new section that I hadn't seen before, where there's a missing piece, and Jean-Francois is... I see some like Morgul hair there, and I retch my head out of the machine and go, "Sacre bleu, it's Jean-Francois!" And everyone turns in unison to look at Jean-Francois, who's in the cafe, I guess, who got the last coffee and I guess ripped apart out immediately afterwards.
Yeah, I was there, but I also chose the power of vanish, so I'll use that right now
Oh
to
my gosh.
not be there anymore.
Okay.
How a 9 foot tall humanoid could get to the door fast enough that you don't see it? Well, it would have been impressive if you saw it, but you didn't. I'm gone.
Maybe like in like a television show, we would all pan to exactly where you were, and your like cup is like spinning or something. But you already had left as soon as the dual said sabotage or something.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, my grid needs to be empty before I leave.
Is there any unfinished coffee in your cup?
Sewell, I think you're muted.
I am. I was like, maybe the cutaway is the duels. It zooms in on the duel's face saying sabotage, and then zooms out, and it's a completely different scene with a different duel saying sabotage next to Jean-Francois.
That does point a lot of arrows at Jean-Francois, because I think a fire was started by him. We think a coffee machine was sabotaged by him. I feel like people might have some questions for Jean.
Someone who doesn't do very much. He sure is doing a lot of stuff.
And he sure is fast.
Jacques.
Well, he is supposed to be here to stop us from starting the Grammacalypse. The gamma apocalypse. Yeah. Yeah, figure that one out, Jesse.
And in the background of the sabotage, Fritz will try to finish whatever's left of the coffee in the cup because he's that desperate.
Oh, Fritz.
It's really good, and it just makes you a little bit more sad because there's just so little coffee left.
He gave none to Carl.
Sounds right. Just a quick pause here. Have we learned anything about the world that we want to canonize? Probably not. We mostly
I
have
think
hung out with the
I think
coffee
there's an
maker.
espresso machine on the Godown that
Yeah.
you can talk to.
That talks. Sorry, that's I'm just really excited that I got to talk to an espresso machine. That's my favorite thing.
They're very lonely espresso machine. Of Space Espresso, I think we had in the chat.
It used to have a speaker on it, and someone disabled it, so it hasn't been able to communicate for an unknown amount of time. But it is in fact an informatic being, passionate about making espresso and maybe other things, but nobody knew.
I'm writing it down. I love it. Well, now I'm really glad that the duel made a friend there.
We're helping.
Okay. Yes, you're always helping. Does anybody want to call a scene? So currently, presumably Joe and maybe Fritz are looking into this. The duel are looking into everything.
We're helping.
Jean-Francois is maybe on the run, or maybe it was just a coincidence. Sewell and Hopple are at the scene of the fire, and Norman Herman is making deliveries.
Well, no, I gathered the ultimate package for Jean-Francois.
Okay. Would you like to take that off?
That'd be perfect. First, I'm going to check out the last few places I could find Jean-Francois at. Is bunk maybe first? I mean, that would make sense. Are you there? Nope. No, yeah.
If you look for me there, you
Yeah.
can find me.
Perfect. Because I have the ultimate performative nerd IT tech guy package ready for you. I have one computer case, one screen, a keyboard, a pointer manipulator that would fit your mongrel hand, because I thought about everything. I have performative cables. You can't plug them anywhere, but they still do the job of showing off. You also obviously get a few displays of holo cards in ultra red edition so that you can see them as well. And I even threw in a chew toy made of polymer fibers to clean between your teeth, and obviously a few energy drinks because you need to pepper your desk with all these. I heard that they were non-toxic for mongrels and they're Escheresque dragon fruit flavored or Caliat fire. Usually that kind of packages goes for 100 units, but since it's for you, since you're my friend, and I know that you clean things, and I know that we have that little unspoken thing that between us, I can provide you with this one-time offer for $74.99 in 3 small installments, whenever you want, whenever you need. They're right here, my friend.
That's incredibly impressive. But the budget is a bit tight. However, I can offer you this portrait I drew of you last week. And if Norman Herman is not incredibly impressed by it, I'm going to try to charm him into accepting this as payment.
You want to offer me what? Can you?
A portrait I painted of you.
Can you paint a portrait of me and my roommate? Because I think that it would love it. In a style of 2 humans sharing a normal conversation. It's for his birthday because I know it's coming, and I didn't think. I mean, I don't have anything for him, so just figured I would.
Yes, of course. But I need to know what the conversation is about. That will different topics, completely different paintings.
We will be talking about this very famous band, the Beastly Toys, I think they're called. And this is me introducing my dear roommate to the Beastly Toys.
Yeah, I think I heard of them.
Mm-hmm.
Don't they have a famous song about
I don't remember.
machines in
Yeah, maybe
to achieve some goal?
Yeah, like the title sounded a little foreign, but yeah.
All right,
rings a bell.
that's the deal.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, which person who is suspicious of Jean-Francois walks in on this conversation? Hopple, great.
I think I have left the I've left the bay, and I've been looking for Jean-Francois, and I've gone to a couple of different areas where he should be, considering his role within the area. Like usually he does a lot of cleaning and IT work around, and I think I've just kind of come to the conclusion of like, where could he be? So I go to his bunk area, And I find him with another person who maybe doesn't want to find me, considering their illicit dealings. Jean-Francois. Hello? Jean-Francois. I like
Couple,
knock on whatever the
come
entry
on.
to your building is.
It's quite small, but come in anyway.
Oh, I come inside. Hello. Have I met you before, Jean-Francois? Do we know each other? I'm asking out of character.
How long have you been here? That, I guess we must have met, but maybe not.
We don't know each other personally, maybe.
Yeah, passed each other a lot of time.
Hello, Hoppel, health inspector. It's good to see you again. I have some questions for you about
Please.
your location this morning. I'm investigating something that happened over in, well, I'm investigating something that happened this morning, and I just need to know about a little bit about your location and what you were doing, your roles for the day.
This morning I was cleaning the cantina, like I do most mornings. Is this about the fire?
It is, yes. I've heard that some information about the fire, and I need to just get your statement on where you were and what you were doing.
First I was cleaning in the cantina, and then then Unventure came in and informed us of the abnormally high oxygen levels. Yeah, so it's something
Abnormally
wrong.
high oxygen levels, you say?
Yeah,
Huh.
and then I just I came here, started painting, and then I heard there was some sparking of a mover thing, anti-grav unit. That's enough. And yeah, those things spark all the time. Just normally it's not a big problem. But now it was.
And you say you were painting. Do you have anyone to corroborate that?
Well, no.
Okay. Well, are you familiar with a man named, well, with a Gelasti named Sul?
Yeah, of course. He's very competent. A bit absent-minded maybe sometimes, but yeah.
Oh, well, several
Very,
strange
very
things. Very nice. Yes, that is very true. Well, several strange things have been happening today. I just need to take your statement for now, but Sewell claims that you were potentially, well, it seems that you were in the area at the time, and so I'm just trying to get everyone's story straight. Let's see. I will take this statement, and I think something fishy is afoot. So the abnormally high oxygen levels, did we ever identify what that was caused by? Or did we simply resolve it? Okay. Huh. Oh.
This is an outstanding mystery.
An outstanding mystery. And
Normal at
human...
the end of the last section, it was just something that Gardemelians, is that the name of the other Gelastia on board, had to go and solve. Gardemelians.
Gotcha. Oh. Okay. Well, it seems as though something isn't adding up here. It seems as though there is a lot of chaos on the ship today. I will life support. Okay. Normal human, are you in the room right now?
I'm probably very close by. Like if we probably ran into each other And I kind of stayed around because I need to talk to you.
Oh, okay. Well, I think, thank you for your statement. I'm going to continue to investigate and see if I can find any information about what actually happened, because your story does not add up with the other stories I've heard today. Did you need me, sir? Normal human?
Yes, I did. I have a few questions, and they may seem a little uncanny to you, but you know, I need to broaden my experience when it comes to other species, and I mean, I'm going to talk to you, human, to Harajun. What do Harajun grandmas do? Like, what's their dealio?
What? Harajun grandmas. Well, my grandmother is passed away. She was very into backgammon, and she played the shuta bassoon. Very burly woman.
Did she knit?
Very... Did she knit? Oh,
Did she knit?
What? Where did you come from?
That was my follow-up question, but thank you.
We've been
Novo.
here the
Yeah.
whole time. Did she knit?
My grandmother did not knit. No.
Oh.
But
We thought
my
all
aunt-
grandmothers knitted. Okay, bye.
my auntie did knit. Knitting is a very popular sport amongst many people.
And what would attract a Harajun grandma? Because I may have a Harajun grandma loose somewhere.
A loose Harajun
A
grandma?
loose Harajun grandma.
That is it. Somebody who came through the directory? Somebody who's here through?
I'm talking hypothetically, obviously. You know, I don't have an actual Harajun. Imagine that would be crazy. But if I did, would there be any steps in order to ensure that the grandma would be secured and properly taken care of? Like maybe we can put backgammon. Is it cards, sticks, maybe drawings, backgammon equipment laying around? Because hypothetically we tried knitting and it didn't work, and we needed socks. So it was a whole very sad affair. But yeah, you know, it's just.
I think this is such a weird line of questioning that my character is going to use detect to try and figure out what you're trying to do here. So I think, let's see, I gotta pull up my stat sheet real quick. What do I use to use detect?
It's three grit to detect BS.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna spend 3 grit to try and figure out what this hypothetical grandma is. I think my character would kind of dig through this and try to figure out what you're trying to say.
Perfect. Yeah, that's great. I love all the the player versus player interactions we're having here. This is my kind of combat. Go ahead.
All right. So I spend 3 grit. I call bullshit. I think my character would be like, so this hypothetical grandma that you attempted to use knitting on and it did not work. This doesn't sound like a hypothetical situation. This sounds like a situation of some trouble. Are you telling me that there is someone loose on this ship? Somebody who is not verified, who could be carrying all sorts of interesting pathogens from Spin or from Gigo or from wherever they arrived from?
You know, we're in very similar businesses, Hubble. We want to make sure that people are happy and well cared for. And sometimes our paths may cross in ways that are surprising. And maybe, hypothetically, this is one of these occasions where a grandma was needed. And now a grandma is lost, maybe gallivanting. I think gallivanting is a proper word. And I don't think that gallivanting people count as health related problems as much as happiness and inner species communication things. And I really want to get a feel, of what the Harajun grandma would enjoy. But that's hypothetical, isn't it?
Not very.
So-
We just saw one down in the jump jungle
At
like a
this
couple of
point-
hours ago.
Yeah, at this point in the scene, Sewell also like walks into the scene. He's like, "Oh, Norman, right? I needed to get. I tried to ask you earlier, but you said you were busy. I really do need you to sign that paperwork about that grandma that you were smuggling off of the station." Oh,
Sewell.
Hopple, hi.
I think Hopple is going to sort of just kind of grumble, his little ape-like pacing around the space on his knuckles as though he's particularly frustrated. We are talking about, there's been all sorts of interesting things, something to do with the oxygen, something to do with sabotage of fire, and there's also a person on the loose that we don't have accountability for, and we need to find this grandmother. I think it's vital that we find her. Do you know her name? Where did you find this woman?
First, I want to address the obviously fabricated rumors that I would smuggle beings, like living creatures, onto the Godown. It's definitely not the case. Once again, I'm here to provide an atmosphere conducive of a good work environment for people who are confined together and can't find release another way besides my holo cards, for instance, or other types of exotic fun activities I can provide. And that cards play a very important role in these. That being said, you do know, Soul, that this does not go through the proper, because Amago and myself have our understanding of what is and isn't on the Godown, and maybe our paths may be a little diverse.
Wasn't it going to the? I thought it was going to the. Wasn't it going to the? I thought it was an official experiment. I didn't know I was. I thought smuggle was just some kind of like. Wasn't this going to the lab to get used by the Tremulants for some experimentation with some kind of like specialized form of like radiation or something? Like
what is? Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't know I was getting into any like real like. I thought when you said smuggling grandmas, that it was some kind of like term that I just didn't like, some kind of like human slang that I didn't get. And that was it. But then I did meet a woman later who people asked, who seemed confused. They kept asking her to knit things, but she didn't knit things because she said she doesn't have children. So she clearly wasn't like a grandma. But anyway, then you had to like get her back into the box, and he just keeps going on yeah, the specialized like biopreservation unit, like the one I had to deliver to the bodega. Why was that going to the bodega anyway? Shouldn't it have been stopping by? Shouldn't that just gone? Why does everything have to stop in the bodega? Why can't I just take it to the place where it's going?
First, I want to address something, and maybe you'd like me to provide you with a state-of-the-art cart thing to certain specifications. Maybe you need, your little greepy hands to have better handles, because I know that you're a slippery fellow, and I can provide something if needed. You tell me, I provide. But this being said, who are we to know about the musings of tremulant people who ask for live specimens for their rituals? I mean, I'm not one. I'm just a humble cog in a machine that's much bigger than I am. So you say smuggle, I say provide. You say living grandma, I say living specimen. And maybe this experiment did not need to occur within a lab with a Mago or a Tunk or anybody else in the official line of command aware of this. Maybe this just needed to be a little, dalliance on the side of the road, unheard of and accounted for and signed for, and without any paper trail that could lead it to me or to anybody of that kind. So yeah, thank you, Sol, for your dedication.
Norman, this is not a T-shirt or a card game. This is beyond the pale. We are a tight ecosystem, very tight. And you know all of the terrible things I've seen in the dross, and the terrible goo, and the terrible things that are here. And we could all be very, very sick if we just let any living entity just wander into our space in some sort of box. Any grandma in a bodega just out and about, sharing her cooties. We should certainly, this is important. This is very important that we get this under wraps and potentially without anybody knowing, because it could get us all in a great deal of trouble.
Okay, this is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So for one thing, because of the move detect, which we're gonna use a little bit broadly, because normally it's used to ask the GM a question, but I'm gonna say that you can just detect whatever is bullshit about what Norman Herman is saying, and you're getting to the point.
Yeah. The bullshit was that this was a hypothetical situation, and that we do truly have a real grandma on the loose. So yeah, that's what that detect applied to.
Yeah. And so it sounds like now you're focused on finding whatever came on the Godown that is not under your auspices. Right?
Above the table, I think that grandma may have already departed the Godown to destinations unknown.
Oh no! Oh God! Okay. Mm-hmm.
Which may or may not be the trigger and catalyst for the Gammapocalypse. Gammapocalypse?
The Gammapocalypse,
yeah.
We don't know if the Gammapocalypse is that the grandmothers are at risk, or if it's simply caused by a grandma. So maybe she's...
it might be caused by anti-grandma particles.
Yeah, the roots of the Gammapocalypse are still unknown.
Yeah. Should we...
Well,
we flash back forward again to Jean-Francois's alternate future timeline, and it's just, and we know very clearly what causes yeah. No.
We do have flashback as a mechanic, but
yeah,
let's put this grandma. Let's put this on hold for a moment, because I want to hear from the other kind of side of our crew right now. I realize the dual are wherever they want to be, but what is Carl Fritz up to with Joe? With Joe, I guess. Jean-Francois is with everybody else having this conversation, I think.
Maybe did the dual switch the speaker back on the espresso machine?
Absolutely.
I was thinking maybe we could try to fix it. So neither of us are like detectives, really.
I think one of the dual comes from a different part of the Godown with like carrying a technical piece, and they're like, so we think you could probably use this to fix the espresso machine. It's something that we had, just tucked away in case we needed it to make more dual. But you can use it to fix the espresso machine. And they hand you something that is very clearly a part of the life support oxygen monitoring apparatus that seems to have just been ripped out with like trailing wires out of it.
Okay.
And Carl Fritz is back to just make sure that animosity is low between coworkers, being the espresso machine and Joe.
Okay, so a couple things happen. What you now that you've been on the Godown for long enough, you have kind of gotten used to different levels of alarms that are constantly blaring. This one sounds moderate. You're not too worried. If this life support system is not fixed, the alarms will change. But you have a part. Jewel, would you please roll for the efficacy of this part?
Sure. What would you like me to roll? Like us to roll. Reason. Okay. Can I have advantage because this is tech related?
Yes.
Yay. Oh, 3 and a 4. I'll take the 4.
Is there a way that I could use reason to help? Like if I think really hard about it, I can get it to work.
Jennifer, do you have also a +1?
No.
For
That's
using
movement.
tech? Oh. Right. Yeah, I mean you could help, but I would only add a 1.
Oh, okay. So that wouldn't
Bring it to a 5.
Don't Dual have that ability? Like they actually like have an ability where they're able to burn grit to like add dice to other people's rolls or something like that.
I did not take that.
Oh. Imagine.
Listen, there are limits to our helpfulness. We need our grit to do our shit,
We all know
and
it.
everyone else can deal with their own. It's fine.
Well, you could have earned it, but so this doesn't quite work. But it's really, seems like it's close. Seems like if you kept tearing apart parts of the Godown, maybe
We can help with
something
that.
could work.
Maybe something.
We can. We'll just go find some more parts. There's plenty of parts around here. Most of them are not doing anything particularly useful. Like we don't need oxygen,
Okay.
so we'll go find some more parts.
Coffee's more important than oxygen.
So maybe Carl and Fritz would have something to say. Before you leave, I guess, so Joe picks up the oxygen part. It's like, whoa, thanks for the part, little dudes. This doesn't really look like the Space Presso decompensation matrix that we need for the machine, but maybe you can find one somewhere else. And maybe I'll draw something on a napkin. I would like to can I roll charisma to convey to them what part we're actually looking for to increase the chance that they will actually find it.
Yes. I mean, you can definitely help them find something if that's what they're gonna do.
We're helping.
If you want to use charisma, that's fine. It's kind of more of a wisdom, but you can use charisma.
I can use wisdom. That's fine.
You use whatever you want. You're trying to charm the dual, who are always trying to be helpful.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk to them about what they need in a way that they will get them to do what I want, which is find the right part.
You've got a little half circle of dual who are all sat around you, looking at you very intensely, trying to understand what you want.
Right. I'm drawing it on a napkin. I've put on some glasses and I'm pointing. There's maybe a montage of the drawing process. Then I rolled a 2. So the napkin drawing is quite poor. And
you have their full attention, the 10 of them that are sitting there looking at you. And in the corner of your eye, you can see 3 or 4 just pull a panel off of the wall in the back and start pulling on wires.
Yeah. And sorry, I think we kept switching between charm and charisma there, but we mean charm.
Oh yes, charm. Yes.
Carl Fritz is there, like the equivalent of holding someone's hand when they're going through a procedure with the space espresso machine. And I rolled a 12 on empathize. So I'm trying to do lots of words of encouragement about, you just can't, fulfill your role in the space station right now. And I know that that's really hard. And just trying to like talk the machine through it while Joe and the dual are on the other end trying to do what they need to do.
So what are you trying to accomplish?
Just to make sure that the space espresso machine doesn't get discouraged, then it can't like operate.
That's really nice of you. It isn't, especially now.
But maybe it like sludge starts pouring out of it or something. It's really having a hard time.
So actually, I want to check in because we're at 5:30, and I know that we want to have a break before have our other folks who are coming in for the next session come in. And we've got some real cliffhangers. So I think unless there's anything immediate that anyone wants to do, if there is, we can kind of wrap up there, and then we'll have a little break while we kind of shift around. But
is it possible to have like a final confrontation scene with Jean-Francois? Like Hopple and I guess the coffee people are trying to find him. Mm-hmm. I don't know if this would also forward the Grandma Apocalypse plot.
We know you prefer grandmas.
Yeah. You want to call the scene?
Yeah. Maybe after 30 minutes or something of Dual bringing parts that won't work, he's like, all right, little dudes, I'm just going to go find Jean-Francois and ask for the part back. I'm sure he'll be a reasonable guy. And down as he floats down the hall, he runs into Hopple, who's also looking for Jean-Francois. And, hey, have you seen Jean-Francois?
Why, I happen to be investigating him currently. I'm in the middle of there's been quite a few things that have gone strangely today. He should be in his quarters. Yes. We just spoke. He's in his quarters at the moment.
Oh, great. I guess I'll go to his quarters. Sorry, I forgot you guys already talked to him.
I think I'll join you. Yeah. I'll loop back around.
I know.
Like, what are your things with John Francois?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's done the most heinous crime possible. Sabotage the space presso machine.
That's a terrible loss for everyone.
Caffeine is more important than oxygen. Everyone knows this.
Meanwhile, we just like cut back to like Sewell walking into the like cafe room and just seeing all the parts laid out on the floor, and it cuts back again. Like we
like all the duals look up at you at the same moment, like.
And then Homer Simpson into the bush.
Yeah.
Not involved.
We the dual disappear, and Sewell's still standing there near all the parts on the floor, and then like Gardemelians walks in while Sewell's looking at these parts all on the floor. Gardemelians, who's been trying to fix the O2 machine all day, walks in to Sewell, who's standing in front of all these parts from the life support system, and Sewell's just like, I don't know
Behind Guardamillions is one of the duels saying, "I think he went in there. I saw him with a piece. He just went in there." All right, sorry.
Back to your scene, though.
I guess we'll just go to
fine.
the quarters.
Yeah. As you come in, I'm just on the stack of portraits of people on the station next to me. I'm just putting frames on them, and I'm just putting frames on a self-portrait.
Hey, Jean-Francois, cool paintings. Really dig what you're doing here. So we were just kind of wondering if we could have the caffeine decompensator matrix back for the space espresso machine, so that everyone here can get their fix. What do you say?
Sounds great, but I don't have it. There's not a part missing in the espresso machine. It's just been, the programming's all out of whack because of too many bit flips caused by gamma radiation.
What? Wait, are you saying the space espresso machine isn't working because of gamma radiation?
Potato. Yeah, but I'm not supposed to tell anyone that. But I know coffee is essential, so come in, close the door, and I'll give you my hypothesis.
Wait, so how do we fix the machine? Is there a way to block the radiation?
I don't know yet.
Can we create like an anti-grandma field? Hopple, have you ever heard about this? Is this a safety risk for us if we're gonna be exposed to this level of grandma radiation?
Anti-grandma particles that are the problem.
I think Norman has something to say.
So you can go ahead. Of course, Opal, but you're more in charge of the health aspect. By the way, did I give you this hand cleaning product? It is very good. It is very nice for Harajun little hands. I know. But also, Jean-Francois, maybe in one of the performative cables you have, there may have been a mix-up, and maybe you do actually have a part of the space espresso machine. It is plugged in your scanner for some reason. Look.
Okay. Well, you can have that.
Can we circle back to this notion of gamma radiation? Gamma radiation? I mean, the coffee machine is vital and important, but what are you speaking of?
Someone on the station, or maybe on NARM. I mean, with current gamma particles, the distance to NARM is negligible, so could be on NARM. But I think on the station, someone is experimenting with faster than light communication. What makes a grandma a grandma?
Okay, I think, Hans, that is a great way to end on a cliffhanger, so everyone can take a break. And those of you who are staying on, welcome back in the future. And everybody, this was super fun. Thank you for taking part in our little experiment and for a really great year of NARM. We love all of you as players, and we're just really excited to do this silly thing with you today. So thank you so much. And I'm going to figure out the tech. One moment.
I will absolutely take some of that hand sanitizer, by the way. How much do you want?
It's a gift. It's my present to you.
Ah. This is your hush money. I see. Understood. Oh, but it's so nice on my little Harajun hands. So
It's soft on the skin. And it's nice for the hair.
yes, that's always so difficult. You always get things that get caught in your follicles, and then
The balance is just right. I know we had it tested on the Harajuns, but it was not obviously an unethical test. It was made by volunteers.
all right.
The
What-
quid pro quo on the station.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for this lovely space Unventure. I feel like we've really covered grandmas, fire suppression, and coffee. Those are like the three. Like we know a lot more about the Stillfleet world in terms of those themes, which those are probably top three. There's definitely in the top five. Of what people have been asking for over the years. They want more grandmas. Everyone likes coffee. And safety first. So thanks for really important work here. If you are hanging around, we'll have the next GMs in a moment. I hope this is fun. We really appreciate your trying the Unventure system, and we're thinking of some ways to improve it, but also love your feedback. So please let us know. And thanks for doing a live playtest. We love stuff like this. Feel free to hang out and chat for a moment. I think the GMs are switching, so I will be around, but I think Ryan, the next GM, will pop in when he can. And until then, we can just chit chat and learn more about your characters. So, here's Ryan. Since Ryan's here, I'm going to see if Ryan wants to kind of take it on, and we can slow roll into the next segment. So no pressure for current players. You can stay or go. We may hit a limit if a bunch of people show up, so apologies. We may have to boot people who've been playing a while. But otherwise, of course, we're very excited to have so many people on the stream. So thank you. I'm going to take myself off.
And thank you guys. I have to run, so.
Awesome.
So do I.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hi, bye. For anybody sticking around, I think we've got at least one player. David is going to return from the first section, but I hope things have been going swimmingly and perfectly normal.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Jesse didn't let me roll to find out how much damage the duel did to the Godown. Can I do that? Please?
And welcome.
We still also haven't resolved how much trouble Sewell's going to be in. He might have been framed for that damage. Yeah. That's fine, because he's kawaii. He'll get out of it.
I'm not here to resolve anything. Anything sort of left in the ether is going to handle itself. I'm just here to, keep the vibes going and introduce at least one non-player character who is returning from some administrative duties on Spindle, and Nettle Shield has just docked with the Godown, and Drum and Groan Renter returning to the station. Has some small tasks for people to do, organizing, setting things up, etc. So if anything you'd like to know that has to do with Drum and Groan Renter or the sort of administrative side of things here on the Godown, we could explore that. Otherwise, I would just like to know sort of what's been going on. Can I sort of popcorn style get the ball rolling and ask who's here, and sort of just brief little description of how the Unventure has gone so far. Let me start with B-Man, Sewell. Kind of go from top clockwise.
Sewell's been here the whole day. Sewell never stops working. I'm playing Sewell. For people just joining, I've been playing Sewell.
That's
Gelasti.
I'm the one just joining.
that does everything, but you know, a little bit, not necessarily the best at everything. Just earlier today, I put out fire that almost destroyed the jump jungle, and then I kind of took the blame for that fire. But I may have accidentally also thrown suspicion onto Jean-Francois, and yeah. Then I think we've lost the player who smuggled a grandma onto the station, but some experiments may have happened. Some tremulants may have ungramified a grandma, and this may have dire consequences for the state of the universe, the very kind of like paradigm we find ourselves in. Nobody knits anymore, it seems. Like knitting may have been an important part of the fabric of the universe, so to speak, and we may be on our way to a great unraveling, but that might happen at a time in the future well beyond the scope of this stream, so it's fine. We'll solve that in a different stream, I'm sure.
I'm sure that we will. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, that's also like oh, sorry, I'm not. Next person, popcorn. Oh, I tell hey, the next person who's been here all day is the Dual.
Hi, we're the Dual. We're a hive mind of 35 hyperdimensional kleptomaniac robots, and we're very helpful. We've been helping all day. We were helping Sewell do his deliveries earlier today by getting his hover dolly back to the jump jungle as quickly as possible. We were helping by talking to the space presso machine to make sure that it could explain what was wrong with it, and also finding replacement parts for the parts that had been taken. Because obviously caffeine is more important than oxygen, we did make use of some parts that we found in other apparently critical systems, but that's probably fine. It's important to prioritize. So we're helping.
I love it when the Dual help.
We love to be helpful. We'll introduce you to our good friend Hoppel, who is he's a very helpful sort of person who goes around stealing things and melting them down in beakers and frowning about it. So we really enjoy helping him by finding things for him to frown at because it seems to make him happy.
Yes, hi. My name is Hoppel. I am Harajun. I am a health inspector. And so by the Dual's definition, I do go around and I find samples that I do not steal. And I do tests on them to ensure that we're following proper safety protocols for our lovely little Godown area, making sure that we stay a clean and safe ecosystem. We're very small, and safety and health here is a tight wire. Recently, we've been having a lot of trouble today. It's been kind of an awful day for health and safety. We've had fire, malfunction with our oxygen systems, and now I've just learned of a malfunction with our coffee machine. And it seems as though there is some sort of risk, as well as a smuggler who's been bringing in living people, actually a Harajun grandmother, for some sort of tremulant experiments, and that has led to a some sort of terrible effect, some sort of gamocalypse is what we've been calling it. So there's all sorts of risks and risky behavior happening on the ship, and I'm quite overwhelmed. I'm quite displeased. But the Dual and Sewell have been helpful in my investigations, although Sewell is still a suspect for the fire this morning. So we'll see how all of that pans out. And I think that leads us to our newest. Oh, hey, you're back. Hello.
Yes. Yes, returning from we'll say a flashback that can happen later. Uh,
Yeah,
we
screw
have
linearity.
yes, doting dream dealer, a non-binary Waiton, who is gotten the job as bodega clerk on the station after the previous bodega clerk was killed by a xenoglade. And yes, if Drumming Grown Renter is around again, yeah, Doting Dream Dealer might have a few questions for their uncle. I feel uncle is more of a, same group of egg clutches as one of Doting Dream Dealer's parents.
Yeah, I'm sure that Waiton families are complex and sprawling, and spin kinship terms just really don't cover all the bases. So that makes sense. Well, wonderful. So here we are, all on the Godown, and it sounds like it's been a, shall we say, eventful day so far. But now, as sort of the hours get long, it's Drum and Groan Renter returning to the station, and you may hear the dulcet tones of a particular late Tiffany War Machine who speaks in an Australian accent, saying things very self-aggrandizing, perhaps. And your boss, Drum and Groan Renter, sort of paying no mind, walking back towards the microbasal and their office.
Hi.
Hello, Doodle.
Hi, you're back.
I understand, or I expect that you have been helping as usual.
Yes, we are helping.
Say, there is some unloading to do. Sewell, I hope, has the hover dolly handy.
We think it's probably fixed by now. Yeah, we can find. Hold on.
Okay.
And Sewell, behind you, a dual says, Sewell, it's time. You need to drive the thing, or we can do it if you want to. We can do it if you want.
Nope. It's time for what?
Can we help?
Nope.
Oh, Nettle Shield's back.
Oh, right. Okay. We're cutting to a completely different time. We're not resolving what happened last time. Sewell's been cleared of any guilt for potential like sabotage of the system by duels.
That's true. Should you really be piloting the hover dolly? Maybe we should do it instead. Because last time it didn't. Last time you caused problems.
Can I roll to like, you know how like you might like trick a child into thinking that they're doing something, like, oh yeah, you steer it using this, and then like, can I try to pull a fast one on the dual and just have them be like riding along while I actually do the steering?
Yeah. Let's get an opposed charm check.
Okay.
And whoever gets a higher result then is kind of the one who is in the know. If the dual beat Sewell's check, then the dual are in control, and they know that Sewell is trying to act like they're controlling something, but aren't really, so kind of doing the double bluff.
I am...
Yeah, it's like you hand your little brother the second Super Nintendo controller and you say, yeah, you're playing with me.
I'm gonna burn some grit, baby. Which...
Damn.
Yeah. It's a 3 + 3, 6.
I'm so mad. I rolled a d12 and I got a 3.
Ha
Fine.
So the not very
Bright or
I'm really
muted.
pushing it. This is like this level of deception is really like it takes some effort for Sewell. He's like, yeah, just put your hands right here. Yeah, you're doing great.
No,
Wow,
we don't
look,
have
you're really
hands.
searing it.
But-
Oh,
okay.
right. You're put your interface there. Yeah. Oh, you're really searing it. Yeah. Ooh.
Hey, you're right.
doing
This
a
is
great
fun.
job.
Maybe we should get Heather Deli certified.
Yeah.
Then we can do this and you don't have to work so hard.
Mm,
We're
that
helping.
Yeah. I don't hate that idea.
We're helping.
Yeah. He's just so very conflicted because he's like he really likes the dual because he's like kind
It's
of
so sad.
lonely, and the dual pay more attention to him than anyone else.
By just blaming him for everything that they do that's really
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. And so we get the hover dolly, just push through to get to the jump jungle of the Godown and arrive in scene.
He's coming.
Sewell plus one extra dual on the way.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, and as you like pull around a like bulkhead or intermodule sort of exchange aperture, Drum and Groan Renter sort of like pushes on something so that they slide out of the way and just sort of like wave down the hallway and without looking at you say, thanks, Sewell. Trust you know where to put everything. And
well, lately
sort
I've
of
been getting
nods.
told to put everything in the bodega straight away, but that's not quite how I understand it usually works.
I trust you to do your job. I got to sort out the paperwork, so I'm going back to, and they just like trail off, sort of nodding to each of the dual that they see as they like kick off of something to
nodding 35 times.
Yeah.
Dual.
And I think that they're going to leave the scene for now. But Sewell, what's something that you find among the current shipment that is a surprise?
Oh man, put me on the spot. I'm going with the theme. Maybe I find interestingly it's weird. I find a crate labeled yarn spools.
There you go. Great.
And another one labeled knitting needles.
Some knitting supplies,
yeah. But like
everybody needs to stay occupied.
In like crates that look like they are like for moving like hazardous material.
Toxic yarn spools.
Radioactive
needles.
Yeah. Sounds great. Okay, so some of these items are going to the bodega. Doting Dream Dealer, what do the procedures look like when you're sort of sorting out items that have come back from Spin? And how involved does Sewell need to be once the hover dolly, sort of arrives at the bodega?
Realistically, Sewell is helping bring them in, sort of between Doting Dream Dealer and Sewell. They're just sort of being tossed into the back where Dream Dealer will be sort of making sure everything is labeled and addressed to the recipients, just cross-checking. This is off the record. They're not strictly supposed to be kept, but Dream Dealer keeps a little ledger of who orders what. just for their own edification to make sure everyone gets what they're ordering. That wasn't instructed to do this, but yes, it's cross-referencing and preparing to just hand things out as people come to collect their goods.
They're trying to go above and beyond.
Yes. Now, Dream Dealer also doesn't really advertise this ledger, or it's technically, maybe it's a violation of privacy agreements. Maybe it's not. Just it's important that that ledger stays safe.
Gotcha. It's a highly confidential assignment on the Godown, after all. All right. Well, for any new streamers that might have come in at the GM break with me, we're also sort of trial running some Unventure moves, some just like much more narrative sort of like cinematic actions that are not player actions or like character actions, but they're like player narrative, sort of giving us the cinematic scope of things. We have those at our disposal at any time. Occasionally, I might just sort of ask someone to do an Unventure move to sort of change the scene or resolve something, as well as at the end of a scene, as we sort of close out, I want us all to just like add something to what is true about life on the Godown specifically, but also maybe more broadly as it relates to the NARM desk, the impacts of living near the Hellstraw, or, as the scope widens, more just like Stillfleet as a setting very generally. So I think it feels like a sort of winding down the scene of like Drum and Groan Renter's arrival. Can we all collaborate on like new canon moment, something true about the world?
From this scene that just happened right now,
you could use it as like loose inspiration, or you could sort of divert into other things that you might have interest in as a player, or as other characters that you play, or something that
we
is in the back of
Sewell's
mind.
We established the dual Hopple dynamic, which was that they litter the desk with random stolen objects. And
excuse you, we help by bringing Hopple important things that he needs to do his job.
Yeah. Oh, I'm saying that above table. Sewell naturally agrees. But and doting dream dealers, the Nepo hire for I don't know why you would Nepo hire your nephew or niece or whatever the non-binary term for your sibling's offspring is. But
nibbling. It's nibbling.
The nibbling. Yes, thank you, dual. Yeah, the dual like is literally, that's a nibbling.
We're helping.
You didn't have a word. We made one. Oh, we lost doting dream dealer.
It's okay.
And I was like, we're going with the theme of the knitting and the grandmas being somehow very important to experiments that are going on. But I joked about like, I joked about it in chat, not literally, that I was like, Sewell's going down the manifest being like, all right, mining lasers, that's normal. Xenoglade eggs, oh, interesting. Knitting supplies, that's not normal. What the hell's going on? But I mean, we've already established there's some grandma experimentation going on. That's not the new part of the canon, right? Like, what have we established that's the new canon here, gang?
That's a good question. I think my question is, where are the knitting supplies going, and can we tie that in, or do we want to just bring something out of left field and add to the world? So I think that's kind of where we're at.
Can we force clue about the knitting needles, Ryan?
Ryan,
yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are the knitting supplies? What is the experimentation about grandmas? How does this relate to the NARM desk?
And knitting, using grandma energy to re-knit the fabric of reality.
I mean, the grandma that we know is gone. She changed entirely. She was no longer a grandmother once the Tremulants did their thing. So
she hit by an anti-grandma particle, or because we think that the espresso machine might have been hit by an anti-grandma particle.
Can I ask about the Tremulants? Was this characters that
never appeared on screen? It was
never
not
appeared on
screen.
screen.
It was someone.
So
I do think it might have been involved, though.
Norman smuggled a Harajun grandma into Godown for a Tremulant experiment with her knowledge and some sort of consent. She had signed up for this. And she came back changed, and she was like, I don't have any grandkids, and I'm a cool hip lady. So she came back different than before.
She went from a grandma to a spinster, but a cool spinster.
Do we know where she went? Did she like go into the lab?
She went into NARM.
She went into NARM. Yeah.
Well, after she became
excursion.
After she became a cool grandma, she went out.
Was released. Somewhere. It was a catch and release program.
So we're just.
It's been a wild few hours.
Great, I'm loving this. So I'm just trying to like slightly free association. So I know that we've got a grandmother, and I know that in a previous stream we had a grandfather paradox. Maybe we're working with something there, right? There was a mech battle that happened outside of NARM, causing a hole to be formed in the structure, the ultrastructure. But in order to reach the mech, we had to travel through that hole. So there's some timey-wiminess, right? In order to create the hole, we had to go through the hole. So I think that the archive is probably trying to figure out how to sort of knit linearity back together. Maybe there's something about that, being very abstract, philosophical, sort of, trying to put the ideas together in such a way. So how do we feel about any of that? Any
it's also worth mentioning that Jean-Francois was sent back in time from the future to prevent the Grandmocalypse.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he may not have done his job.
Yeah.
Do we know that the Grandmocalypse has happened now thanks to meddling? No, okay. So that may still happen in the future.
Yes. And we also suggested that it might have been misunderstood as the Gamma-apocalypse rather than the Graham-apocalypse. So there might be some confusion about what, in fact, actually was the problem in the first place. But yeah, I like that maybe the archive is getting a little bit more involved in sort of the higher dimensional, like temporospatial disruption in NARM, and then like taking more of an active experimentation role rather than just an exploratory kind of stance.
I will say Mike recently gained some archival access in a level up. And yeah, this might be, he was asked to do something on behalf of the archive.
Mike the
Okay.
Tremulant.
Mike the Tremulant.
Mike the
the
Tremulant.
Oh,
I mean,
You
we
got-
do have a fair number of Tremulants in the sort of roster of characters that attend the NARM games. So, that go venturing in NARM.
I mean, hey,
tracks.
you can tell you're the authority. Did Mike ungrandma this grandma?
Yeah.
Oh, like, was it Mike specifically?
Yeah.
Is Mike involved with the grandma
I think
project?
that I'll leave those details to the players to determine what their
I did
characters are getting up
volunteer
to.
Mike could
Yeah.
be the Tremulant. There is
So I think
a move I've been thinking about that could work with ungrandmaing someone.
Okay.
He's getting weird with it. He's a Tremulant.
Yeah, that's great. Do you want to say more? Do you want to save it for like the next time we see Mike in a game?
I'm just gonna say I'm trying to draft up a power called either I become we or put the I in team.
Great. Very good. So yeah, we'll leave it with that little hint, I guess, for the GMs and I to talk about what impact that might have on NARM. What are we doing with grandmas? But as for the force clue that we used for this discovery of knitting needles, right? Of knitting supplies, I suppose. I'm gonna sort of push you in the direction of asking big questions to Senior Archivist Imago and Drumming Groan Renter, who are the sort of authorities on the station. Drumming Groan Renter is sort of like handling all of the administrative, all of the like managing the station, but also managing all of the voidminers. So they have a hand in sort of putting together all of the venture dossiers. And then Imago is doing a lot of the research, right? Really pushing the sort of like science aspect of learning about NARM, which also quite often impacts what ventures voidminers get sent off to. So as canteeners that live on the Godown full time, you see the voidminers coming and going, and you hear snippets of what you've been experiencing out in the Hellstraw. You are all sort of sworn to secrecy. That's why you live here, but that doesn't mean, or the reason that the company has assigned you all to live on the Godown full time is that they know it's impossible to like keep all of the rumors from spreading in a small population. So why not move all of the small population to the dangerous and secret place? So you've
The dangerous
picked up on
secret place that's designed to be not evacuated if it gets compromised. That's one thing we established earlier.
Yeah, that tracks.
If it's compromised, you just stick around.
Yeah,
you just die with it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you space yourself, Nettle Shield comes and picks you up before anything terrible happens. But who can rely on that guy? So anyway, big moves, right? From the archive about like pushing the extra dimensionality of NARM. Some recent ventures have experienced especially time and space warping happenings. And it seems like messing with the reality of whether this individual Harajun is a grandma, has had offspring who have had offspring, or didn't, is helpful for Imago and Drum and Groan Renter in sort of inquiring what the natural properties of the Hellstraw are as relates to time and space warping. Yeah, I think more could be explored with that over the course of the rest of our Unventure if you want, or you can sort of like hand that off to your voidminers for another game later. But that's something that is starting to be spread around the Godown as sort of an open secret in this secretive place. Everybody sort of knows that now the archive is really doing reality experiment.
I think Sewell maybe just like casually, like when he's like, next time he's doing a delivery to Imago, it's just like, so have you taken up knitting? Just, I don't know if that conversation goes anywhere. If she's just like, what did you hear?
So Wythe generally plays Imago, so I'll say that you know, she specifically is very tied up in her you know, experimentation with headless rats and rodents.
Oh, you know, then I could actually ask
But-
Drumming Groan. Sure.
Oh, I was gonna say, but if you want to like make a will check to sort of read what like her I can't think of the word I'm thinking of, but like, you know, does her face change? Is she reacting? I would take a will check.
I'll
like,
roll it flat.
Yeah.
I got a 5.
All right. 5 is close, and you can clearly tell that she's sort of trying to do something with her face to mask her real emotions, but you're not quite picking up on what is actually going on. But we could also talk to Drum and Groan Renter, and if it's you know, Sewell has a plethora of sort of general duties, but for backup for this conversation, who's somebody?
I'm the only one who can climb into the algae tanks and then really get in there, clean them, and patch them up. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're gonna go chat with Drum and Groan Renter and sort of lean on them to get some information about what's going on, can you like bring one of the other 3 players, canteener, into the conversation with you, and we'll just have a little conversation, and then I'll throw to the other 2 players who are not in the scene to do some sort of Unventure move or like scene plotting instead.
Well, it's easy to always imagine a duel in every scene, but does Doting Dream Dealer spend any time around his their uncle? Like, would you be in this scene by any chance?
I feel like maybe like Doting Dream Dealer would want to question, like maybe we'll have been there to talk about is there something that can be done about Norman coming and taking the packages without signing? Norman was, because I was told they need to be signed for. And
maybe
hey,
Sewell's also like, I just can't get that guy to sign any of the paperwork. He's always just dodging me every time I try to get it. I need to get him to sign the paperwork that it's been handed off. And when he gets back to me later, he's supposed to sign the paperwork again, but he hasn't been doing anything. I don't know what to do about it.
So to be clear, sorry, you're asking Drum and Groan Renter about that as like an entree to having a bigger conversation?
Yes. Just,
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, I was like non sequitur
Where are
for
we
a
going?
second.
Yeah.
I lost
And by the way, have you taken up knitting recently?
There you go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and Drum and Groan Renter deep in, like taking notes while they're reading something that they like slam shut as you walk in, the microbasal. And they hear you asking about Norman's not signing off, and they say, well, to be honest, there aren't a lot of other places for these deliveries to go. So if they're not picking them up in person and they're not sort of coming to the bodega asking where they went, I think we're good. If you want to, Sewell, if you just sign off, that's just fine. We can escalate as needed, but I don't foresee any problems. We haven't had any problems yet.
okay.
I shouldn't be forging his signature, though, should I?
No.
Oh,
Sign your
okay.
own, and we'll follow up if necessary, but I don't foresee that happening.
Okay.
Right. By the way, Mr. Rancher, have you taken up knitting recently? A lot of people have been talking about knitting on the station, and I don't
The
see a
archive
lot of,
sent a
like,
whole bunch of stuff
it's
for
like
it too.
I feel like it's a lost art or something.
Yeah, it's they're like, stammering a little bit and trying to sort of change the subject a little bit. They're like, oh yeah, we decided to cozy up the station, right? It's been say the ventures have been coming on a little bit more frequent. So to give people an outlet, we thought we'd stock the bodega with some downtime sort of occupation, sort of. That's convincing, right? They like mutter to themselves. Let's get a will check from both of you to sort of like get a clue or like a indication of which direction they're trying to
Sadly, my flat
misdirect
roll
you.
gave me a 3.
That makes sense. There you go. So from a 3 and a 6, at least, excuse me, at least DD, dueling? No, doting, dream dealer, picks up on maybe it's some of the weight and body language that gives you a clue that, whatever they're reading from, Drum and Groan Renter taking notes from, might have some information. If you wanted to snoop around, I won't put that idea in your head, but
It's probably that was convincing, right? That he muttered was in rasp, which I don't speak.
That could be it.
Yeah, there you go. Gave it away.
I would love an interruption, either from Hopple or in the form of an Unventure move that Taylor selects.
Excellent. Let me look at the moves real quick and see what could be interesting. Well, I mean, we've had a variety of strange and sort of odd sabotage happening throughout the ship all day. And I feel like we could definitely continue with that. Let's see, which I suppose would be some sort of foreshadowing of this conversation, something bad happening in the background. We could also do a flashback or a jump in. I think I'm going to do a foreshadowing. So something in this scene, something strange has to happen in the background. And for strangeness, did you bring, Sewell, the knitting supplies to this meeting? Like, where are the knitting supplies? Oh, Sewell, you're muted.
They've been delivered to wherever they were supposed to go, presumably wherever that experiment is happening, or unless they've been delivered to the bodega and like part of the experiment is getting people on the Godown to get into knitting. Like, if we have a bunch of people knitting, we might produce grandma energy. This might produce, we need to see if it produces grandma
We
radiation.
need to. Okay. I think
Yeah, not gamma rays, but grandma rays.
Grandma rays.
Grandma,
Yeah,
exactly.
100%. I think that considering that these knitting supplies came in, like toxic, like vats, like they came with additional protective gear, something strange has got to be going on with this knitwear. And so while this conversation is happening, maybe while you guys like you're returning to the shop and you're turning the bodega from closed to open, or if it's outside of the bodega, I think that the knitwear, oh, let's see. What's something strange that the knitwear could be doing? I think that the knitwear, I don't know. Does anybody have any ideas?
I imagine the knitwear is set out in a sort of enticing little starter package, just instructions for assembly of one set of needles, a ball of yarn, and a little pattern inserted just as a display in the bodega, just on the counter.
Sure. All right, so it's on display on the counter, and what odd or terrible thing is happening in the background that we haven't noticed with the knitwear yet? Like, is it animating itself? Is it becoming grandma? Is it being stolen by someone? What is happening with the knitwear?
Can I steal some knitwear?
I don't think that that's a question
Please.
that you have to ask. I think that it has already
It's
happened.
already happened.
Excellent.
Nothing is safe.
Maybe a montage of knitwear being taken.
Yeah. And how about let's just like really rapid fire. Hopefully, by the time we get to Bean, they're ready to go. But okay. Just like rapid fire, like when you collect your like dole of yarn and a pair of knitting needles, what's something that weird that happens in the next hour or whatever? It could be very small, it could be very, very large. Just rapid fire. Let's go around, starting with David.
Let's see. I think the ball of yarn sort of twitches and it almost starts to knit itself. Think stop motion crocheting happening.
Crocheting is when you use hooks.
But like on its own, without the hook or the needles, it's just doing it. It's like
you just see the ball.
This yarn was meant to be crocheted, and Doting Dream Dealer only has knitting needles, so it says, "No, I got this." How about Hopple? When you collect some, you observe something strange.
Yeah, can you explain what the grandpa paradox is to me? Because I don't know what that is.
Oh, this was in an earlier stream. It was, let's see, set up that the archive was sort of running a bluff against the wraiths littering NARM, all of these ancient Tefnian war machines who have been like dormant but are basically fully functional and could spell doom for especially the NARM desk to go down. But if they really decided that they had animosity against the company, probably could find them. It might take millennia, but so the company set up, or I guess the archive specifically set up what was called Operation Bigger Upper Fish to convince all the wraiths that a Papa Wraith was taking over, right? And everybody was going to listen to this behemoth father, a Nazumat. And then the wraith that the voidminers had sort of conned into doing this for them started to merge with a Cthulhu, and things were going a little funny. So voidminers were sent out to sort of stop that from going sideways. In order to reach them, because they found out that it was Liquid Door and the Lover were outside of NARM somehow, not within the Hellstraw, but that there was an opening through the immutable black stone of NARM. So that was puzzling, but the voidminers were directed to go through the hole, interrupt this fusion process, and get the behemoth father back on side, basically, and stop the Cthulhu entity from exerting in 3 space, in like local NARM space. This concluded in a huge mecha battle, which blew a hole in the side of NARM, creating the hole they needed to reach the Hulk in the first place. So that's the sort of non-linearity grandfather paradox there of like.
You ever heard the term "I'm my own grandpa"?
Gotcha. Okay, so this is where this all loops in. I was wondering
Or
if
like
this would tie
if
in.
you want to, the episode of Futurama where Fry travels back in time and meets his grandma, and his grandpa,
classic.
the guy he thought was his grandpa.
Marty McFly. Yeah,
Futurama spoilers.
Right. Yeah, we gotcha. I think maybe this yarn is maybe Escher-esque yarn or some sort of time-space yarn that people are knitting with. And I think if it's I'm not my own, if it's an I'm my own grandpa paradox, I feel like maybe the grandma paradox is sort of if we're trying to undo that notion, maybe it's like no one's my grandma, and that's the grandma paradox. Is that
what happens when a
nobody's there?
grandma particle and a grandpa particle collide?
Yeah. So maybe the yarn itself, sort of, you know how they talk about like space fabric, like the fabric of space? Maybe it's Escher-esque yarn, and it actually can parallel parts of the universe. So as we knit it, we end up making parts of the cosmos that can be like folded and unfolded in interesting ways. Does that sound interesting? I don't know.
That's very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
All right.
maybe that's what the tremulants are trying to achieve.
We love it. All right. And same for Dual. You don't have to give me 35 examples of what does it look like when you collect your yarn, but as many as you like.
I actually had a very similar thought because Dual also are or can be Escher-esque in nature. So I think they interact with the yarn in interesting ways, where when they bring it to certain parts of the Godown, it sort of like kind of starts reflecting into like higher dimensions and allows you to make like shapes with the yarn and the knitting that are not actually possible in 3 space 1 time. And if you try to take them out of those like particular pockets, then they sort of collapse into a tangled ball of nothing. But in those particular places, they're able to kind of maintain like a tesseract sort of like n-dimensional shape.
Cool. All right. And finally, what does Sewell observe that is strange about this yarn?
Sewell's experience is a little bit. I'm going to describe Sewell's experience with the yarn, which he gets some of the yarn because he'd been meaning to take up another hobby, because he'd been trying to learn another language, but his little device that he used to play the audio recordings went missing. So he decided to try taking
It's on
up
my
knitting
desk.
instead. Yeah. Oh, well, it'll get back to me eventually, maybe. Anyway, he has he gets some of the yarn, and he has it in his quarters. But when he goes to bed, he has the strangest dream, where he thinks, or maybe did he have a dream, or was he trying to knit the yarn before he went to bed, and then he woke up the next day or whatever? But the dream was that he was knitting, and as he was knitting the yarn, he was making like really fast progress. Wow, this isn't hard at all. Wow. And he's just like, and then he's like, he like looks at like how far he's gotten, and he's like as he's pulling it up, he's like realizing that he's like knitting himself, like it's like going into his like body and his guts. He's like, oh no. oh he's like pulling, and like, but also like still, he's also at the same time he's also still knitting, and he's knitting himself, and it's like an MC Escher painting where the hand draws the hand, but
Yes.
he's knitting himself while he's also observing himself, knitting himself, and knitting himself, observing himself, and observing himself, knitting himself.
Malkovich.
And that dream keeps on going for a while, and he wakes up the next day and there's a brand new sweater.
Yeah.
This is so good. All right.
Finally, we got a sweater! Yay! We did it!
One
it only
sweater.
took us 4.5 hours.
Yay!
We got our sweater in the end.
Yeah, and he has this sweater of and it doesn't seem like it would fit him, but it does.
There you go.
And he just has this feeling that it was made by his grandma.
And dare I say, it's a perfect fit.
I was going to say, like a second skin.
Yeah. Maybe he puts it on, and then he's not. Wait, I've always been wearing this sweater.
Yeah.
My grandma made me this sweater.
My grandma made me this sweater.
So one note is that for each of your voidminer characters, you'll need to note that you have some yarn and knitting needles. And that definitely won't come up ever again. And that extends to all of the voidminers. We'll just have to like warn people, oh, you have some yarn and knitting needles the next time they play one of these NARM games.
If you want to know why, no, you don't ask. Okay.
Yeah. It's a lot of
If
body
you want to know
horror.
why, I have 6 hours of video to show you.
Knitting needles. Yep.
Yeah.
And it leads to a deep and body horror-esque corner if you look too close.
That's all of Stillfleet. So my mind is just racing with like, what are the implications of this Escher yarn on what like the plot is of the NARM desk.
It's yarn. The Hellstraw is actually a piece of yarn.
It's yarn all the way down.
It's all yarn because it hasn't come up very often, but running down the center of the straw of black Spindlestone is a braid of the same stone. So we're talking fiber arts, we're talking knitting and crochet and braiding. So I don't want to. I don't know what to say and what to reserve, and some of it's going to come out because I'm not going to be able to hold myself back. But for now, I think that you're all discovering a little bit about not only the weave of space-time here, but about yourselves as you getting into knitting on the Godown. let's see. What should we do next? I guess I should just kick it to maybe Jennifer. How about, will you give us another Unventure move to sort of start building the next scene that we play?
Yeah, sorry, let me scroll up through all of the the
Oh,
chat
yeah.
going on.
I pinned them as well. Hopefully that's
Mhm.
easier to
Oh yeah,
grab.
that's right.
Yeah, great.
So let's fade in on a scene. I think the dual are going to bring Hopple something they've made, which is the first time they are bringing him something that they haven't like found or
Found, yeah.
borrowed, but something that they've made out of Escher yarn, and just coming to visit to maybe I don't want to say apologize. I don't think they feel bad about anything they've done ever, because obviously they've never done anything wrong in their collective existence.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
I think they've brought him some like those hand warmer gloves to keep his little Harajun paws warm while he's, I don't know, vaporizing things in beakers or whatever it is that he does.
I think when you come in, Hopple themselves is trying their hand at yarning, and they're kind of at knitting, yarning, woo, at knitting, and they're kind of maybe they have kind of unfocused, glazed over face, as though they are not quite here and not quite there, as they are knitting and knitting and knitting, as though they're having some sort of connection to it. But do you want to interrupt them, or?
Hi, Hopple. Hey.
Ah!
Hello.
Oh, hello, little
Hi.
hello, little lab rats. Hi.
Close enough.
I was a bit busy. What?
You okay?
What?
You didn't look busy. You look like you were just sitting there. You don't usually just sit there. Don't you have things to do?
Oh, you reminded me. I have many things, actually. I have to
Yeah,
test
you should
the
be doing
foam
things.
from the thing. Oh my God. Oh, well, what brought you here? Did you bring me another specimen to add to the lost and found pile, or
Why are you making that strange gesture with your fingers?
it's a twitch.
Oh, well, we made you something.
You made me something.
Yeah.
I didn't know. That's
well,
okay.
sometimes your fingers twitch. They do this a lot when you're talking to us. So we thought maybe your fingers were hurting. So we tried to. We don't really understand hands or twitches, but we did our best.
Oh, you made these gloves?
Yeah.
Oh my God, they're just my size. They have the little thumbs and everything. Oh.
Yeah, just don't take them. Just maybe don't wear them in the jump jungle.
Oh.
Because I mean, well, probably it will be fine, but it's possible that you might have more hands than you were expecting. So don't just be careful. Okay.
Everyone wants more hands.
Careful is, in fact, one of my priorities. Always careful. I have gloves on already, so I think I'm going to put them on under. I have 4 pairs of gloves on, so I think I'm going to put them on under my sanitary gloves. So I'm going to take off my pair of sanitary gloves, put on these comfy, cozy knitting gloves, which fit perfectly. It's like my grandmother made them. Oh my goodness. My grandmother didn't knit, but I think maybe she did now. And then I'm going to put my membranous sanitary gloves over them, which is probably not safe. But
we're very glad you like them. But we were wondering if you can tell us how we made them, because we don't have hands.
That's a very valid point.
We did make them, but we're just not entirely sure how.
I also have noticed I've gotten into knitting. I've never known how to knit before now, and suddenly
we definitely don't know how to knit.
Oh my God. Actually, yeah, I don't. So you made them, but you're not sure how, and you swear you didn't find them. You made them.
We made them.
Huh.
Definitely.
Oh.
We think. Probably. Maybe we made them. Maybe someone else made them. But
The
nobody
dual
here.
that was our grandma, which is dual, which is us made them. Is that
You
the
think
kind of
it
thing
was
that's
your
going on?
grandma?
The dual
You
or
are-
everyone's grandma?
All dual
Dual-
are their own grandma
That's true.
already by
They're
default.
produced. Yeah, they
Therefore,
produced by
they made this.
construction. I think that brings up an interesting idea of maybe that's what the Tremulants are doing. They're like cognizantly taking people's concept of labor and creating a knitting factory of this Escher-esque yarn.
The perfect garment that you always wanted to have, as if it was made
Mhm.
by your grandma.
It was as if it was made by my grandma. I don't know how I could do that. I start looking through my brochures. I have a bunch of different health brochures that are like,
Do you need help?
What's a good one?
I knew somehow this was
brochures.
going to circle back to Marxist ideas of labor power.
Seize the means of
people
yarn
utilizing
production.
seize the means of your production. Let's see. I have a bunch of different brochures. I have like what to expect when you're molting and cleanliness protocols and everything you need to know about Gunch. But I don't have anything related to like psychic yarn abilities that are affecting informatic beings and non-informatic beings. So
Maybe you should
I
write them.
think, oh, that sounds exciting. Okay.
Don't you?
Well-
You're good at writing pamphlets. We can help.
Another thing to add to my collection of research. Yes. I think perhaps we should see what other people are doing on the ship, see if they also have suddenly gotten into this knitting craze since the bodega has collected all this yarn.
The bodega is out of pamphlets, so maybe we should take more pamphlets. I can help.
Ooh, yes, yeah. I start handing out all these pamphlets to you so that we can bring them
More
to the
dual just
bodega.
come in, and like each one takes like a little stack of pamphlets, and you have like a trail of ducklings
Mhm.
following you to the bodega.
With pamphlets.
With
Oh,
pamphlets.
maybe I like the dual. Maybe we're not as antagonistic as I thought. Oh, so helpful.
I knew I'd get you to you eventually. We're helping.
You're helping, yes. All right.
So as this little train of ducklings following Hopple all reach the bodega, what is Doting Dream Dealer up to at this moment? Before noticing the rest,
Dealer is with one set of hands, sort of behind the counter, filling out a ledger, just sort of noting yarn request, yarn request, yarn request. When the other set of hands is just slowly, just absent-mindedly knitting a pattern, just sort of almost knitting another sweater over the sweater they're already wearing.
Double sweaters.
Anyone else feel cold?
You know, my hands feel quite cozy, but I could use a sweater.
I'm just imagining Sewell walking into the scene like, "Oh, hey, dearies!" Hey, it's like he's
Fully
wearing like a full shawl. Just, I've been busy, and is wearing like hat and shawl and sweater and gloves and socks, all made of Escher yarn, and comes and is like, and it's like, Dual, you always look so cold. Here, I made you gloves.
We don't have hands.
Don't you?
Perhaps we could knit a little tea
Good
cozy
point.
to put on their head.
Maybe we will
or
have hands, or did,
maybe you
or
always
both.
have.
We don't now, but that doesn't mean we won't or we didn't.
But
or
how
we
will
couldn't.
you have made the gloves that you made for Hopple if you don't have hands? And so
You've gotten
I'm
really
just
weird.
like I don't have like a power for this, but I hand the dual. I can I say I put the gloves on the dual's hands. The hands that the dual now have because they always have.
I'm gonna. Can I roll to see how many dual that affects and now have the hands? I just need you. Listen, I'm fine with this. You have to understand that you're giving them thumbs. You do. You get that, right? You get that you're giving a D20 of the 35 dual. They're gonna have thumbs now. Are you okay with that?
Is that
Can you
something
have a
that's going
thumbless hand?
Not if you're gonna fucking knit. Okay. All right. Fuck me. I rolled a natural 20.
Yes.
20 of the dual now have hands.
I think.
And the one pair of gloves goes on all 20. They all 20 of them have the same
pair of
identical
tiny gloves.
Thank you for the pamphlets.
Yeah. Have you noticed any strange behavior? I feel like Sewell seems somehow different and yet the same. Something is. Everything feels so cozy.
I will say it does. This space does feel more homey, more. Sure, it pans out to reveal that just there are woven knit tapestries hanging the once white, clean mycelial surfaces. Just like the archive really kicked off this knitting trend. How did they know this was going to be the next big thing?
I seem to remember.
I think just at that moment, as you ask, you see Drum and Groan Renter sort of hurrying through the. Have we come up with a name for like the central corridor that joins all of the modules? I don't think that we have. Passage, Wythe says in chat. So hurrying down the passage, followed by a like trail of like loose algae papers that they're dropping as they go. Goes Drum and Groan Renter. Clearly something very urgent has come up, and they're just scooting through the passage to get someplace.
Is that your? Is that your uncle? Is that your uncle?
Well, uncle, like it's clutchmates. Like I'm not exactly sure how exactly we're related, but yeah, I call him uncle. He's in a hurry, huh? Oh, you dropped some papers. Uncle, where are you going?
I suppose we should follow after him, make sure he gets his papers.
Scooting along.
As you call after them, they sort of like glance back, but the momentum really just carries them in low G, and they don't bother trying to stop and turn around, and they just kind of like glance at the ream of papers that they're still holding and say,
Nana Sewell, would you like to join us? We're going to head down the hallway after him.
Oh, of course, dearie.
But yeah, I think Doting would also have climbed out of the bodega stand and gone to at least collect the papers, even if.
We'll help. We have thumbs now.
Oh,
Wait,
wow! How? Whoa! When did you get those?
Just a minute ago.
I think
All right.
as
After,
we're heading
go
down
ahead.
the hallway, my knees have always been bad, but my knees feel somehow worse than they've ever felt before. As we're moving down the hallway, so things are changing.
And as you collect the papers, could you roll? Let's see, 10d6. Just I don't know, someone or each of you could roll 3d6. It could go higher than 10. It's kind of arbitrary.
I'll roll 3d6.
Yeah.
Why
I always
not?
take the opportunity to roll real dice.
Yeah.
Ooh, 6,
Oh,
5,
no.
5.
I also
Okay.
rolled 655.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just want to know the individual results of each dice.
4, 3, 1.
Okay.
3, 2, 2.
Amazing. So you have 1 copy of page 1, 2 copies of page 2, 2 copies of page 3, 1 copy of page 4, 4 copies of page 5, and 2 copies of page 6 of some document that Drum and Groan Renter just sort of space Xerox a bunch of copies of. I don't know if there's a canon
Handouts for him.
Stillfleetian word for making photocopies. But you have a full document out of the 12 pages that you've collected, and you can piece. You can read through and piece together that Drum and Groan Renter is about to call a sort of last-minute sort of emergency meeting with the archive and the tremulants on the station to address large-scale gramification of the Godown. This has become a bit of a crisis for administration of the station.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
We're neglecting our duties to knit for grandma, as grandma. Mm-hmm.
We're our
I could go
children,
listen.
which we are.
Mm-hmm.
We could go listen.
We're not our own children. We're our own grandchildren.
Oh, yes.
Right, it skips a generation.
Yeah.
Recessive.
That would be disgusting.
Yeah, grandma is a recessive trait.
The state of mind. This is deeply.
I was going to say something and I got completely distracted.
What, this doesn't make sense to you?
It's very simple.
I was going to ask, Doodle said we could go listen. Is that inclusive, like, everybody hearing Doodle, or is that exclusive?
Doodle
Me,
we.
Doodle only on
It's
their own?
Royal
All
Doodle
grandmas.
Yeah, royal.
Royal doo we.
Right. It's not easy to say. But one can go in and listen and hide in the walls somewhere because they have all kinds of little rabbit passages in the skin of the Godown. And then one can just be a Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah. I like this multi-purpose, rabbit-like
We're
robot.
Broadcast.
Helping. We're helping.
Yeah.
We're helping.
The straw that makes you old. I'm sorry, that's funny. Okay.
not to go off on a big tangent, but the straw certainly made a small crew of void miners that got stranded here before the attack quite bold.
I think time did that. Like
Oh,
actual time
what if-
passing did that.
Oh, never mind, never mind.
The
What if-
straw just kept them in one place for a while.
What if those miners that came before us were us?
Oh. We are our own grandmothers. We are our own forefathers. Wow. Okay.
Mm.
It's time to get the veil up in here, honestly.
Gotta break
This is getting too weird.
I don't know. It feels like maybe the veil is going to make it even weirder at this point.
Mm.
You know what?
We'll
That's-
see. We have
We'll
a lot
see.
of GM discussion and then plotting to do.
For all this
Oh my
very
God.
definitely canon information now.
Listen,
Exactly.
We weren't the ones who said that some of this stuff had to be canon. You guys brought this on yourself. Okay. Right.
Yep.
Oh, okay, what are we doing? Are we going to the meeting or are we just going to wait?
I think we should listen in. I think it would be worthwhile to hear. This is, I mean, I feel simultaneously concerned and not that worried. So I think
That
that
seems
should be
concerning.
worrying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm, mm.
We've stopped making more dual and we've just started making sweaters, which seems very strange.
That is concerning.
It's-
Oh.
We'll go listen.
What if the sweaters are dual?
Oh.
Gonna get into the Coraline situation where we're all just knitted people.
It's gonna become.
I'm gonna have nightmares about this. All right. Dual want to go hide in the walls and listen to what Drumming Grown Render has to say, and then just repeat it through another one of themselves elsewhere where the canteeners are.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So I would like a move check to sneak.
Sure. Oh, I got so much. Let's put 9 grit into this. Why not?
Right. It's the last third.
I know.
Now's the
It's
time to
time.
burn all the grit.
Let's spend our grit.
Move. Okay. 4 + 1, 5 + 9, 14.
As long as you didn't roll a 1, that was going
I
to
did
be
not roll a 1.
plenty. Because Drumming Grown Renter, at least, is a little preoccupied. And, maybe some of the Tremulants or Imago or whoever else was called into the meeting might have noticed. But with a, 14, you said, is far above and beyond any of their sort of not searching very pointedly for you. So since you're not expected, no one notices that
We live in the
Dual is
walls.
there.
We live in
You
the walls.
basically do.
Yeah.
It's almost like if you were to remove all the Dual from the Godown, there wouldn't be anything left.
Absolutely.
So rather than improvising a scene with 4 to 6 people off, someplace else, I'll summarize. They anticipated gathering data. They didn't anticipate that their sample was going to be as widespread. They thought by sort of distributing 40 or so knitting kits, they might get 2 or 3 pings a week. Turns out everyone living on the station, including 35 dual, every time they pick up the knitting needles, they're getting pings. The archive, whatever recording they're trying to do to collect data about this Escher yarn and what it's, measuring. Is it measuring something? It's hard to tell because Drumming Grown Renter is just speaking very a lot of assumptions have been made in what they're saying, but they're explaining that they have way more data than they need, and it is getting in the way of the normal administration of the Godown. So the degramification is probably going to need to be reversed as soon as they can do that, just to sort of get everything back on a workable routine. And somebody has like a concern, they raise their hand and they say, well, we sort of let grandma go out into the, right? Like, she's not around. How do we undo it if she's not here? And there are no answers for that question. Amago and Drum and Groan Renter sort of jump in and explain it away, or like barely answer it and change the subject. But you're picking up on a few sort of indications that the sort of Escher yarn that was distributed to everyone on the Godown is able to sort of respond at great distance to the space-time fabric of the various rings of NARM. And if you were to tune the Escher yarn, the archive believes they could be like measuring the higher dimensional shapes of the Hellstraw. Right, in 3 space, it's 2 dimensions that are roughly equal and 1 dimension that is infinite. But in higher dimensions, and some of your voidminer characters have experienced some of this in those higher dimensions. It's not like that. There's other stuff going on, and especially true as you get farther into NARM, which has only basically been accessible by stranger means. The Void Elves were able to do that, and something that Exalted Nestweaver and the City of Scales were able to do. But mostly, prior to the Tackwake and for however many months of the NARM desk more recently, you've just been in the near rings, the 3 space dominated places of NARM, which is also littered with hulks and these sort of biological island-sized cities, quote unquote, in the parlance of the company, as well as I don't know, what are other places that we've been? An entrance to one of the higher dimensional places that was broken into the braid. So long story short, they're trying to figure out where are the extra dimensions in NARM in a way that like they could measure from afar, and therefore sort of they could be mapping them so that they could extract energy or sort of like use the special folding of these higher dimensions for
NARM.
doing NARM stuff with NARM, right? So something about the degramification allowed them to like measure this at great distance. So this is like taking the next step in like whatever larger plan the company and the archive specifically had for NARM, the NARM desk. But at the present moment, it's overwhelming, and they can't really handle what they've tapped into.
Yeah. So we are like theoretically we could use this yarn to like create some sort of model, like a maquette of the extra dimensional elements of NARM, but it's sort of backfired because we've taken on gramification, and now none of us are useful.
Do you think it's like an uncountable infinity where any maquette we make would be the entire thing? And like so you'd make a scale model of NARM, which would be NARM, and inside of it would be a scale model of NARM.
NARM.
And anytime it's like, have you heard of like the dictionary of all things, where every single volume is also the dictionary,
Dictionary
of all things?
things.
Yeah.
Be recursive.
Yes.
Mhm.
So like,
If future
Tautology.
NARM games are just going to be philosophizing on the nature of infinity.
yeah,
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
via grandmas.
Right. Because that's necessary. Like that's the necessary element of any infinity is grandma.
Mm.
Yes.
We all know that.
It's just simple science. Go back
Yeah.
to school, people. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so that's basically it.
There is.
Thank you, dearie.
No problem. So basically all of reality is folding on itself and they don't know how to turn it off. That's pretty, like, that's a pretty normal Tuesday for us. So that's fine. But you guys might not like that.
I think we need to stop knitting. We need a new hobby. But look at these
understand
square
that,
knots. Look at how
I've always
sourdough bread
knit.
baking is very in these days.
Yeah, what's
Honestly,
the,
I do think
like,
that a sourdough starter
atmospheric-
counts as a Cthulhu Kid horror, so that would fit right in.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I was going
Sorry,
to
Ryan.
ask, Hopple would know, what's the atmospheric like yeast like on the Godown?
Oh, that's an excellent question. Okay. Well, we do have a chef here. They're not in the chat anymore, but I'm sure they could tell you quite a bit about it. And I think he said that the majority of things that are present naturally on the Godown that aren't shipped in are in some way mycelial. And so I think we definitely do have our own kind of yeast product that does produce some sort of gas, maybe not what we would think of. I think maybe we have like some sort of like hyper yeast, like yeast that is more intense than typical yeast that is upsettingly quick. And so it's a matter of feeding it the appropriate amount, because if you don't, it leads to insane growth, like extremely rapid growth, dangerous levels of growth very quickly. So whenever you're making any sort of hoppy beer or any sort of sourdough or anything like that, like the measurements must be exact, because otherwise you'll end up with a yeast hazard that is that may take several days to resolve. So
All right, sounds like maybe that would be
Yeast.
almost as fraught as the knitting disaster that we have.
yeah,
So,
yeast
maybe-
does well here, maybe too well.
It's a different problem.
different problem.
So I've got this
Cthulhu yeast.
absolutely insane idea of the resolution of this, but I don't want to like rush it, and I I don't want to completely like take over the story. But the grandma who was degramified left on the nettle shield some time ago, but and went out into the Hellstraw somewhere. Is that what we? For some reason, she went out not back to Spin, but into the Hellstraw.
I mean,
I don't think we
that's what you
designated
said,
where
right?
she ended up. Yeah.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Okay.
She just didn't go back in the box she came out of.
Yeah.
But
Usually grandma back
presumably,
in
if she
the
went
all
on
we
Nettle
really
Shield,
need to
maybe she went
do
to
is-
the. Sorry,
Oh.
talking over each other. Go ahead.
It's just all we need to do is knit the scale model of NARM, and inside that scale model of NARM, the small scale model of the nettle shield will come out of the scale model of NARM and deliver the grandma that we sent out into NARM, so that we can re-grammify her here outside the scale model, inside the scale model. It's very simple.
But you can't make a scale model of NARM because NARM is infinite. So you'd be working on that forever.
We just have to get to the. We just have to get to the.
We'll just have to start. Then we'll just have to start knitting.
How about you work on that, and the rest of us will keep thinking.
I do have a move that I would like to use to
Yeah.
burn all of my grit for the sake of trying to keep this grandma radiation from leaking further.
Hmm.
Sort of during this discussion, I'll say that Doting Dream Dealer has been using the ability Avenge and burning 18 grit to gain access to an Archaeotech object, MacGuffin, to help deal with this. That is grit
Yeah.
burn in increments of 3 to consult my notes and search for an Archaeotech object.
Hmm.
Well, this does say it's X hours for, so that
Yeah.
would be a 6-hour long consulting of notes. So it's not the quickest solve.
Well,
Right,
while you're
but-
doing that, we'll knit.
Yeah.
We'll have a knitting circle.
I love the idea of avenging in like an enclosed place. So I think you're like turning something up that's been in the back of the bodega for a long time, probably longer than you've been working the bodega.
It's
But
always been
you've got
there.
Something
You've got your
somebody
ledgers,
ordered, and they
and you've got
died.
the other ledger that, you know. I'm going to read Avenge again because does it tell you like strata
Yeah,
or
the strata is
anything?
of level X, so it would be 6, so it would be a godlike.
Oh,
it could be an unmarked item that was sent by the archive sometime in the
It's
past.
just in the bodega.
Where did
It's always been
oh, I
there.
got this one.
It's just been in the bodega the whole time.
Avenge?
Because we put it there.
Mhm.
Because we're
When-
going to.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. What is this item?
She came with her own auntie grandma.
That's very good. Wife in chat is typing. It came with the grandma. That's a grandma paradox.
Oh.
She came with her
Mm.
own auntie grandma.
Yeah.
So in some way, when the
Someone knew it
Tremulants
was gonna happen.
degramified, there was the anti degrandma created at that same moment.
I feel like I could answer what this anti-grandma was made by.
Oh.
Sort of. The power I was thinking of was basically trying to combine that Mournfolk species power of splitting into 2 halves with the Yellow Crown power of calling forth enthrall and mass enthrall, where you can call forth followers. So using the weird to pull out different potential versions of oneself, test it on a grandma to see if you could split one person into both a grandma and an anti-grandma. So this is the other grandma, the one who didn't leave.
Yeah.
So if we put them together in the same space, they'll like vaporize each other and become
They'll
just
unify.
like undo.
I guess how would we find this? Are we following a single thread back to a closet where she's just been knitting on her own?
That works. Yeah.
That she's been knitting the scale model of NARM.
Oh, this whole time.
Hold on, can we find her with track?
Oh.
Oh, I think that Avenge finds it, if I'm not
okay.
mistaken, right?
Yes. That is. It just took us
Search.
hours to find. So
Yeah.
We spent 6 hours
Discover
looking for
an
her.
object. Yeah. Wherever she is on the Godown, I guess I'm assuming that the gender of the anti-grandma is the same as the grandma's, but I don't know if that's a fair assumption or
That is
not.
an
We'll have to find out. Assuming, the Godown is a closed space, she can't have gotten far. So, given enough time, eventually you do find the anti-grandma, and I think Drum and Groan Renter is not surprised that you already know what they're trying to do before they have gotten the time to do it. But you help the archive and the administration of the Godown to sort of put the grandma back in the box, so to speak.
Literally in the freezer she came from.
It might be.
Did we not mention that she came from a large coffin-sized humming metal freezer that she was shipped here in?
You certainly did not mention that was how she was. You just said that she was smuggled onto the Godown, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I mean,
In a box.
you throw anything through the baleful core, and Nettle Shield's going to pick it up and bring it to the Godown. That's kind of,
That's how it works.
standard operating procedure for him. But anyway,
Where was she sent from? Right now.
Right now. Yeah. I am just having trouble sort of like what is next after that. How do we move on from?
We've got to have a non-grandma related scene.
Yeah.
It's so important to me.
What's the non-grandma related scene? It's all grandmas.
Let's do this. And I know that Taylor, you haven't played a voidminer yet, but if you have even a vague idea, I'd love to catch a small scene with each of your voidminer characters interacting with one of the canteener characters who's here. Sort of like, denouement of this strange happening on the Godown. And now all of the voidminers who were just off on a venture are returning. What is it like when, say, Mike comes back and talks to Sewell about the last couple of days on the Godown? It doesn't have to be that pairing specifically, but just bounce off of each other. Feel free to reuse. It doesn't have to be one-to-one. How is the Godown different to the perception of the voidminers who were not here during this?
Could I volunteer that it would be fun if the voidminers rod was locating this other anti-grandma that went off into NARM.
Ooh.
Just to help bring things to a head. They don't need to discuss what they're bringing back or who. They are just seeing the results, I guess.
Yeah. That sounds good.
I guess.
So
Go ahead.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
Just to say, as Mike would have responded with, "What did the director order us to start knitting? Is knitting mandatory now?"
Being
Is all the knit stuff still did all that go away? When the grandma and anti-grandma particles hit, did it create a wave that erased
Or are we living in
In
like
a post-grandma
2006 when
world.
everybody was doing like knit graffiti around all the trees,
right.
around
Yeah.
everything is knitted now?
Maybe everything is still knitted, but the yarn is no longer Escher yarn.
Yeah, it's settled into a particular state. It's now just a cross section of the n-dimensional yarn that it used to be. It's no longer rotating along unperceivable axes. Yeah, but yeah. You know what?
Sewell, what have they done to you?
What this? My grandma made me this. I'm switching the accent. I've lost it. I was a grandma for a second, and now I can't be that voice anymore.
Doesn't the wool irritate your mucosal layers?
Oh, absolutely. It's not like a wool. It's made of grandma. But, I don't want to think about it too much, but I also am never taking it off. So, yeah. Have you been to? Yeah, you look really skinny. I'm turning into like a Cockney accent instead of the like weird like Scottish Irish accent I was. You look kind of skinny. It's worse. I can't stop doing it. It's getting farther and farther away. Back to grandma. Dear, you look kind of skinny.
This is the degramification process. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's grab lunch. Let's talk about what's been going on.
It'll wear off eventually, maybe.
I've been working on some things. If you're okay with getting a little weird, we can.
You look low on grit. Why don't you tell me all about it? Some action for you, and we see to the next one. Or yeah.
I think since I don't have a void miner, I'd be happy to play counterpoint to someone else's void miner in another scene if we want to do something. If anybody has any other resolved questions or any other ideas they want to resolve.
I think Zeke wants something from the bodega, so I was going to talk to Doting Dream Dealer, if that's okay.
Great. Yep. Then I'll just chill.
Yeah, for now. Hold on. Costume change. Oh, there we go.
That looks like it hurt.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that was a little bit more violent than I expected it to need to be. Z coming back to the Godown is, who fucked up my goddamn comms array? What the fuck is going on? What do you mean all of the parts got ripped? God, dual, fucking hell. Okay.
Back from our wire, Zeke.
It sounds like it sucked here. I mean, it sucked out there as well, but like worse here. What happened?
There was a passing movement appreciating the fiber arts.
God, that sounds boring. So, did you get the snacks that I ordered?
Oh, yes, here you go. I just some rough rummaging in the back and dropping down a little cooler box.
Nice. All right. This is like the good stuff, like whatever was popular on Spin like 60 years ago, right?
Oh, yes. Only the finest cheese.
Cheese? That's what they were eating then?
Somebody made a breakthrough with...
Is it like mushroom cheese? Can you make cheese out of mushrooms?
They're just opening the box.
Yeast.
It's all blue, like oops, all blue cheese.
Seriously? Oh God, that's disgusting. All right. Well,
Wife
okay.
is suggesting it's made of yeast. Like, I guess
Yeast
nutritional
cheese.
yeast. Like,
Mhm.
All right. Well, I got to bring snacks, so I guess this is what we're going with.
There you go. And just handing the box off. The other set of hands is, instead of knitting, is now just doing cat's cradle.
Oh,
I don't think you have to do that unless you want to. Is this like a thing that's you do now?
I mean, it's just it's fun. Just sort of gently stimming and redoing patterns.
Okay. Well, I mean, at least I didn't get possessed by some sort of weird old lady spirit to make, I don't know, hand warmers or something. God.
I don't know if it was a spirit in that sense. I mean, it was like the spirit of creation, maybe. But
I mean, the lady we grabbed out there, she was real enough. Mean, too. I don't know what her problem was. Maybe she should have settled down. Sorry.
she didn't
She
wanna go
seemed to
back
be
to
having a
being
great time,
grandma.
though. Listen. Anyway, thanks for getting this for me. I guess listen, I'm just gonna go sleep, and hopefully, when I wake up, somebody will put the goddamn O2 machine back together, because otherwise, I'm gonna have to do it.
I mean, there was
It's held together by yarn now.
more of a fire hazard than ever before.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Well, I mean, when is it not? I guess.
Mm.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, enjoy.
Yeah, I won't.
I'm trying to think of what Rochella, which is my voidminer character, would come to Hopple's office for. Hopple, you are kind of in the same circles as far as you are kind of sort of tasked with. So Rochella is a peer. He is not a great doctor. He might be a little bit of a sociopath. He might not be anymore. It's unclear. But yeah, just Rochella is I'm getting back in that voice. Walks into the maybe shared office space of Hopple, and maybe like they share like a cubicle
a
or
lab
something.
area. Yeah.
And please tell me what has changed about our working space.
I think there are an exorbitant amount of tea cozies underneath a lot of the petri dishes. It's coated in yarn, and we look pretty backed up as far as samples that need to be tested. Like, things did not get done this week. Usually this team, at least I am pretty productive, and it looks like everything has just gone awry. And I think Hopple comes in, hair manic, glasses off the nose, like trying to readjust them. And it's just like, oh, you're here, you're back. Oh.
Yeah. What happened? My chair appears to have acquired a new cover.
Yes, I always thought that maybe you might be cold. Oh, well, no, don't worry about that. That's the grandma talking. We had a little bit of an interesting simultaneous psychological Higa movement here at NARM, but everything is fine now. We just have a lot of work to do to get back on track. So if you have any spare time, I have so many samples. I don't have any time to do anything else. So please help.
Yeah, I mean, well, I did bring back an interesting sample. It was it's he, he opens up um the the gray sensor, like robot arms, like pull out a tube and like set it on the table. And he's like, I was gonna take this straight to Imago, but he pops it open, steam comes out. It appears to be some kind of sugar confection. Would you like a Werther's candy?
My eyes go wide.
And
Sweat dripping down my little
Yeah.
ape forehead. I'm like, oh. They take a Werther's.
Yeah.
All right. I snatch the Werther's from you, and more
Yeah.
like a chimp, I crawl up onto the corner and I'm eating my Werther's. Quite pleased. So
That's maybe that's where we end it.
and that's where we end it.
I don't know. You tell me.
That's
Is there
that's
any-
very nice. It's kind of like puts everything together for us. I want to say as we sort of close, the camera sort of backs out of the. I'm imagining maybe you're part of like the micro basal off of Drum and Groan Renter's office. There's like a little extra co-working space. Backs, the camera backs out. Sort of progressive like zoom outs to give us a perspective of the whole Godown, and we catch a glimpse of doting dream dealer doing the cat's cradle with their small piece of like loop of yarn, but then the camera zooms back in and we see that the loop is actually an uninterrupted single piece of yarn with no beginning or end. Doesn't have a knot joining two ends. And this is still Escher yarn, just the very last remnant, a loop of Escher yarn owned by the bodega attendant.
Mm.
So yeah, sounds like that was excessively weird and only got weirder here. Couldn't be NARM if it wasn't. So thank you all very much. I hope that you had a great time. I had so much fun just like jumping in to see what was, falling apart as I arrived. That was exciting. And thanks for all of the players, yourselves included, who are like so game for all of the absolutely bonkers stuff that we've been doing in NARM. We've been running it for an entire year, so ever so nearly an entire year. Tomorrow will be the first day of the next year of NARM. So yeah, for anyone watching, thank you very much for watching. Thanks for being along for however much of this ride you were, as was the case for our canteeners, not voidminers, but the players. I guess some of you actually did hang on the entire 6-hour stream, but we had some comings and goings. We had 3 GMs, taking turns, sort of exquisite corpse style, as Wythe started the stream. Jesse continued it, and then I, finished it up. And sort of we managed to tell one story with, I think, a lot of distractions, a lot of other things going on, extra weirdness along the way. But yeah, just kind of a wacky experiment. We felt this was an interesting way to test out some new Unventure draft rules, and just have a different take on what the NARM campaign has been. So with that, unless there's anything else, I don't know the best way to end the stream. So here's Wythe again. Maybe
Yeah, hey.
you put a
What's
little
up,
button on it
everyone?
for us.
That was such a I know we relied a lot on tropes, and everyone is really familiar with the infinity grandma and anti-grandma trope. But I feel like, when Marvel did it, it was, wasn't as sincere. It wasn't as unexpected. So I really appreciate what you did with that old saw of the grandma and anti-grandma problems in the future that we'll all face, of course, as our knowledge of physics as a species catches up to the realities of the wonderful multiverse in which we live. Thanks. Again, thanks to everyone, as Ryan said, and we'll close it out. Just a quick reminder, if you're interested in Stillfleet, this is not the only way we play Stillfleet. We also play a lot of adventuresome exploring of spaceships and alien planets and stuff in Revolution against the company. But this is one way we've been playing, which is the Unventure, which we'll hope to keep playtesting. So thanks a lot. This is really helpful from a playtest perspective. Thanks to Vex Chatblanc, who's in the chat, for a lot of thoughts, useful thoughts on where we can go next with the rules. And yeah, looking forward to Stillfleet 2.0. We're working on, what the game will be when we sort of re-release it, keeping the adventure rules. But of course, we want to add some other fun stuff like this sort of downtime, cutting away to another scene, having other characters you can bring in, and how best to do that. So really helpful to have such fun, imaginative players, play around with that. With that, we're going to end it, but we'll be back in a couple weeks. If you want to join us, come on over to the Discord server for Stillfleet Studio. It's it's discord.stillfleet.com. I always fuck that up. It's like 2 words or 3 words, one of them being .com. But yeah, discord.stillfleet.com. And you can, interact with us and play games, and we're happy to schedule more games if there's demand. So just tell us, and we will try our best to sort of fit things in. Thanks again. Good night, everyone. And we'll see you on Discord or on the next stream. Goodbye.